All right, all right, all right. I think I'm live. Hey, Zen friends. Happy Friday to you. Welcome to your weekend. Hope you're doing well, enjoying your days. Tell you what, this energy, astrological energy, is very interesting today. So hopefully everyone's enjoying this. I don't know. It kind of feels like I'm in a void today, in between energies. It just kind of feels like I don't know, like a pocket of energy. So I don't know if you guys are feeling something like that too, but maybe it's the eclipses or right in the middle of them all, right? But welcome, welcome everyone. Hope you're doing well. And of course, excited as we always are to see what messages are going to come through from Spirit this evening. Before we do that, though, we do like to come back to this moment out of the chaos of the outside world, out of the future, out of the past, to come back to right here, right now. And we do that, if you want to join me, taking a big deep breath in, just pausing, holding it for as long as feels comfortable, and then slow exhale out, coming back to the moment. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more energy as well. So if you want to join me in doing that, let's begin with a big deep breath. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Feels so good. I need to remember to breathe deep throughout the day, not just at the beginning of these sessions. It feels so good, I forget. So we will, of course, hit the singing bowl 3 times, and as we do that, we just let that love vibration flow up into our hearts and all of our emotions, our mind, and all our stories through our energetic body, through all our chakras and meridians out to our auras, and then, of course, through every cell in our body activating that superhuman DNA to help it do whatever it wants to do to help raise the vibration. Then we fill up and we let it flow out to the outside world to let it do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. After the third gong, I will bring in the magic feather and we'll send out some energy. I don't know what we'll do today. I'll know when we get to that point, but I feel like it's going to be physical energy. We are getting ready to go into Virgo season this Saturday. So we'll send out energy for the physical bodies to help energize it, to help raise it, transform it to the will of your higher self. And so we'll do that and do that. Um, and then something we can do to help immediately raise our vibration, of course, is gratitude. When we're grateful for just one little thing that we have right here, right now, in this moment, immediately raises our vibration, opens us up to receive more of what we're grateful for, but also opens us up to messages from spirit. So, very powerful energy. So, that's something you can do as well. All right. I think that is it. Let's get into it. Remember gratitude. Here we go. just gonna sing the rest of the night. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you guys so much for joining me in doing that. Helps balance the energies out. I love it. Put her back here so she can watch over us. So, hello, Zen friends. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're enjoying your night and your weekend has begun. And what shenanigans will we be up to this weekend? But if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your brother Z. We are here to spill the tea with spirit to find out what we can learn about what's going on in our lives or what we're kind of seeking, what we can learn from one another. And so, welcome, welcome. We've got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor. Thank God, because I love to laugh. We love to laugh, and very supportive group of individuals. So, definitely, there's more room for more Zen friends. Always welcome. We try to keep it high vibrational, very supportive environment. So, welcome. If you want to know how the reading process works, it's all down in the description area of the video. We do have some new updates on processes that started a week ago. So if you haven't checked that out, here's a little video. It's all detailed down in the description area of the video. Of this video stream as well. But in this announcement, we also talk about a special offer that I have now, an offering that I do, which is a YouTube chat only personal private reading via stream like this, except you just see my hands and you'll hear me, but you can chat. So it's not, you don't have to be live with me. And so that's at a reduced price from my virtual live where we talk to one another and I have to get pretty for it and everything. So that's there. And there's also a special offering in there. If you watch it, it'll tell you what you can do to get into a drawing on September 9th for a possibility of winning one of my energetic hedges. So be sure to check that out, and you can see what's going on. um, yeah, and I've changed my hours where we start at 5 p.m. Mountain Time, like we always do, but I'm capping off at midnight, which is 7 hours. Still a long time, but I started going 8 hours, 9 hours. My longest was 9 hours and 43 minutes, almost 10 hours doing readings, and I had to balance it out. So I've done it, but whatever I don't finish in a session, I do come back in the morning after I'm rested, and we do finish out any free readings or donations I didn't get to the night in the night session. So we do have that. Also, if you want to make a donation, of course, donations do get priority over all the free readings. So if you want to get moved to the top, you can make a donation. You can use the super chat at the bottom, which does take 30%. Excuse me, 30% of it YouTube takes for the processing. So be aware of that. If you want for me to have more of the actual donation, down in the description area, I do have Venmo and Cash App, which currently don't have any fees. And then also PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. Those have minimal fees compared to 30%. So you can do that. And PayPal, if you do like a dollar donation, they do take like 58 cents out of the dollar. So if you're going to do a dollar donation, doing Super Chat, or if you have Venmo or Cash App, of course. But if that, then probably doing the Super Chat or one of the others is going to be better because they charge a lot just for a dollar donation. They charge a minimum fee and take a lot of that. All that is listed down in the description area too, if you're interested. But no, that's just information, no expectations. If it's easiest for do um, the cash, not the Cash App, the one at the bottom. I already forgot what it's called. But if you Super Chat. But if you use the Super Chat, then you can do that on there as well. Yeah, and as Deb says, if you PayPal, you can pay for the fees if you wanna do that, but if you don't want any of it to go to anyone, Cash App or the Cash App or Venmo don't charge anything. So those, of course, I have them listed from the the best to the worst, with that little thing down in the stream. And I just like to mention that because some people don't know that, and if there's an option and it's easy for you to do, I mean, you can if you want, but no expectations, just information, just to make sure everyone knows. Um, what else? What else? Oh, at the end of every session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps, and I list if I completed all the free readings or some or not at all. And if I'm going to have a session in the morning, on the bottom of the pinned comment, I list all the people that I will be completing in the morning. So if you're come back after the stream has ended and wondering, you can look for your name. And if you don't see it up top, continue down below and see if I'm going to hit it in the morning or afternoon, depending on what I got going on. But usually it's somewhere between 11 and noon is when I start Mountain Standard Time. So, um, so I feel like that is the big skinny on things. I do also have a podcast called The Easier Path. And if you haven't checked that out, here is the link for that. You do have here, um, this link is always down in the description area, or if you go onto my main page, it is the playlist is linked at the top. The last one I did was like 3.5 weeks ago. I know this one's going to be a little later. Got a lot going on. Um, and so I didn't get to do my 2 week goal that I like to do, but I know you guys are understanding, so thank you for that. But the last one was episode 21, What They Think of Me, which goes into talking about why we as humans care what people think and feel. It's common, it's normal for humans to do that in the beginning because that's how we're kind of conditioned. And but it talks about things we can do to transform that, make it easier instead of harder, and how we can kind of take our power back in a way too. So that's all listed there, and I think that's everything that I wanted to mention here. We'll just scooch this out of the way, and we'll take a look here. So, hello everybody. I'm going to just catch up on my donation lists here. And then, I mean, the reading list, the donations, I got free readings over here, donations over here, and then uh, once I get the list all updated, we'll get into it all here. So I do have, I think I got Rose Crump. Yep, I got Rose Crump. You're number 7 on the free reading list. And let me just check my emails, see what has come in here. There we go. All right. And then we've got Anna in the house. Hey, Anna. You'll actually be number 2 on the donation list. We're oddly a little lighter tonight. It kind of feels a little eerie. I was wondering if YouTube was working. Usually I've got like 10 donations and like a bunch of free readings, but it's Friday. Maybe everyone's doing some fun stuff on a Friday. So we'll see how this goes tonight. Might be an early night. We'll see. So Anna, thank you so much for that donation, and I'll grab your questions as we go down here as well. And we got Lay in the house. Hey, hey, good to see you. And we have here Deidre. Hello, my friend. I see your Venmo over here. So we'll get you. You'll be number 3 on the donation list this evening. So thank you for your donation. We'll get you there. And let's see, is your question over here? All right. And so if you'll if you want to put out your question, if you haven't, then I'll get that captured over here. All right. And then Anna, ready for the most challenging question of the evening? Oh no. The laughing emoji has me both curious and a little nervous. No, I'm just kidding. So who, what, when, where, blah, 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 significant. Oh, okay. Compatibility lacking. I get you. So we will look at that for that. And oh yeah, have someone attend it there. All right, we will do that. just so you know, the with a $2 donation, it'll be 2 cards, so we'll get what we can from the 2 cards, and I also peek at the bottom of the deck. So we'll see what we can have come in with that there, for you. And Lay, there is your question. I knew it was gonna be coming up here. So Lay, you are number 8 on the free readings here. And we got Swobert Bobby as well. Hello, hello. Let's see here. Yep, and we got you. You'll be number 9 on the free reading list there. All right, Debbie O, and good. Hello, Debbie O. Good to see you. Of course, you're going to be up first for the donations, and then you're third on the free readings. So good to see you. Hello, hello. Thank you for chiming in with wonderful things in the chat here. I appreciate you. All right, Anna, perfect. And Kat Mia, I see your question here. You'll be number 10 on the free reading list here. And is that the one that you should use? All right. Oops. There it goes. Okay, I got you. Got the full question on there. We got Content in the house as well. Good to see you. That'll be number 11 on there as well. Right, yeah, Debbie, it does feel. I know Wednesdays are my super busy because I'm back and I haven't been on for a couple of days. And then Thursdays are a little, and then Fridays kind of seem to be the calmer evening. So yes, you are right. You are right. Thanks for reminding me. And we got Deb. Hey, you've been quite busy last 2 days. Tab, Chris, and Bob all left the Cape. You were in charge of the camp plus puppy sitting. What? You get to see Mariah? Oh, good. It's surf and turf tomorrow. Oh, good. I'm so glad. Yeah. You have to earn that, right? All right. And we got Livia Vagata in the house. Hey, Livia, good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. I am doing good. I'm doing good. Absolutely. Deb, we can get you on there. I see your Venmo just came through there, Rocky Mountain Deb. So we'll get you on there. You'll be number 4 on, whoops, there we go, on the donation list there. So thank you for your generous donation. You're doing the Venmo. All right, let me grab that here. All right. And then Livia Vagara, we got your free question. That'll be over there on number 12 on the free reading list there. So, hey, hola, ¿qué tal? All right. I think I've got that all here. I know. It was all blessed. Blessed evening. You're on the short list tonight. I don't know. Wait, that might be a bad thing. I don't know what that means. I've heard that before, but I don't know what that means. But it's not. It's not supposed to be a bad thing. All right. Yeah. So we've got Debbie O up first, and then Anna, and then Deidre, and then Rocky Mountain Deb. You'll be up after that. And then for free readings, we've got Aditi, Minahil, Debbie O, Radish, Ascending Universal Butterfly. We got Divine Soul, Rose Crump, Lay, Root Bobby, Kat Mia, Content, and Livier will be on there, number 12. So we've got 12 on the free reading list right now. All right. So I think we are good to go here. Let me just do a little cheers to everybody. And me mix up my little beet juice. It's been sitting there forming at the bottom there. But thank you guys so much. I'm grateful for all your thumbs up, all your love, support, all the donations, all that wonderful, energies that you guys give, and all the love and support you give, all the comments you make after the sessions are over, and watching my, podcast, all those things that you guys do help support the channel, help spread the Zen love. You're part of the love tsunami, helping us get in front of other people and so they can hear from spirit too. So thank you guys so much. I'm so grateful for you. So cheers, cheers. And I love you guys. Salud. Right? Isn't it great, Deidre? I'm like, whoa, it's kind of strong. I put some lemon juice and some apple cider vinegar in there too. Of course, I'm not a licensed practitioner, but it really makes it taste really good. So I like that. Oh, you sent yours on the Instagram. I'll grab it on my phone when I get to that point. Then. Um, We'll do that there. And if you ever want to send your question to my email, I have my emails up. But if anyone ever wants to send your message, if it's easier to type it up, if or if you don't want it public, you can send it to my email, brettazen@gmail.com. It's always listed down in the description area. And then I see it when it pops over here. I normally don't check Instagram. I don't have my messages on because my host and I send Instagram memes all day long and it'd be going off. So I don't have that where it notifies me. I just check it every once in a great while and catch up. So just so everyone knows as well. That's an option for you. All right. So I think that is it. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, no problem at all. Thank you. But if you let me know, then I have my phone that I can access it over there too. All right. So let me see here. Debbie, oh, you sent me an email. What do we got here? Oh, copy your business card. Aw, look at that. That's pretty. I like that. Oops. All right. So that's beautiful. I like that for you. All right. Well, my dears, let us dive in and see what Spirit has for us tonight. We'll start off. We got 2323 for you, Debbie O. So here is your first one. I have also started doing little teapots in front of the donations, little snowflakes in front of the free reading when I post the timestamp in the chat, just to make them stand out a little more. I know we're just evolving and doing little things to make it easier for my eyes too. I'm doing it for me mainly, right? So I can see where I left off. All right. So, Debbio, thank you so much for your donation. I'm so grateful. Got a little deep dive gone. We'll start off with the general reading, and then we'll do the peanut gallery, and then we will see what the future husband has for you as well. So, for your general reading here, let's see what we got here. What does Spirit want you to know? All right. What do we have coming in? Oh, I didn't even mention this at all, right? So tonight we're using the Revelations Tarot. And I'm continuing to use, if your donation's $5 or more, you get a piece of cake, spiritual cake. We're still on the law of positivism. And if your donation's under $5, you get a fortune cookie, which is from these Mind Info Oracle cards, which are little messages on those. So you still get a message, just it's a fortune cookie, not a piece of cake, right? All right. So what do we got going on here for you, my dear? In the Revelation cards, they have one side, so you can kind of see this up here, and then you have the flip side too. So that's what's cool about these cards. But the Nine of Swords here, this is an energy. This is dreaming energy they're bringing in here for you again. And I feel like for your general reading, they're talking about this Pisces full moon lunar eclipse that's coming up. Like, I think it's next Thursday is when it's coming in, when it's at its fullest. But of course, you being a Cancer moon energy, you are picking up on that energy already, probably for a couple weeks already being influenced by it. So your dream time is going to be extra emotional with the Pisces moon water energy, bringing up some wonderful things to transform what you've been doing already. That's probably why you've been waking up with tears a lot in your in your sleep because you are you are flowing a lot of emotional energy. It's splashing out of your body, right? But I feel like this Nine of Swords is really that they're helping you face some fears, release some old energies that don't serve you anymore. And I like that energy. It's not a scary energy. It's you know, more of a maybe an intentional energy. Like when you before you're going to sleep, you can say, "Help me remember my dreams and come chat with me in my dreams," and you'll uh, with you inviting, spiritual, you can talk, "Hey, mom, come talk to me. Hey, dad, come talk to me. Hey, Chuck, no, you stay up there." But you can ask them to come in, right? In the parking garage. I love it. You're definitely releasing a lot of emotional energy. So you can do it intentionally before you go to sleep. Ask them to for you to remember in the morning too. So I like that. And then you have the Eight of Swords, the World card. Yeah, this is all this energy here, and the Ten of Cups. Yeah. So, with these cards here, let me just do one at a time. So you've got the World card, which is significant ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So this is the ending of some old mental cycles, emotional cycles. With the Eight of Swords, you are letting go. See, normally it's like up here like this, but this is you. You're setting yourself free. You're removing thoughts and beliefs that bind you, that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. And this is what we were talking about with this Nine of Swords and all this is that there you are flowing old thoughts, old stories that don't serve, and you're creating new stories. And you have the Ten of Cups, which is allowing a beautiful, happy, joyful flow of energy. So it's kind of like you're doing some scrubbing of those emotional pipeline within you, and you're allowing those old things to be transformed and kind of the you know clogs that we have in our pipeline. As we transform them, then the flow of higher vibrational energy comes in, which is, of course, unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude, all that energy that comes through. So it's a beautiful, beautiful, your higher vibrational emotions are just getting more and more and more and more, and the swampy old lower vibrational energy is drying up. So I like that kind of energy that they're showing there. So that I feel is what they want you to know about this emotional energy and this moon and your dreams, for now. Right, and let's take a look here at the peanut gallery, see what your little trio has to say this evening. So let's see here. Mama is coming in first. She wants to come in first. And then Papa O. And then Chuckaroo. He always respects the respects the position of your parents and say, "No, you guys can go. I'll be third. You guys just switch off if you want, but I'll be third." So that's funny. But because he knows better. No, they're all loving beings up there. All right. Now I'm sorry that the theme of this little group conversation is on patience. You have temperance energy that's coming in, which is the alchemy. I have because alchemy, I have a little post-it note over here that I wrote when I heard it somewhere that, and I think I read it somewhere where temperance is also that we can turn anything into a golden opportunity because that's the alchemy when it has the two cups going back and forth. There's this, lovely, back and forth energy, and you can turn anything into gold as long as we're patient enough, right? So Mama comes in first. Oh, he did. He especially Mama. Yeah. So here's Mama. Here's that 10 of cups energy, the King of Cups, which is, a beautiful balance between head and heart. So great water emotional energy that's coming in. I do feel like this 10 of Cups is talking about not the 10 of cups you had in your general reading, but relationship energy, and that this king of cups, who's a very um, compatible individual, that she likes him. I feel like she's saying, this relationship, you're going to have such everything you're doing now is just helping you have this wonderful, joyful relationship with this very compatible person that you will, be with. And she likes that, right? So I like that energy. She's like giving this it's worth it. The temperance, oh yeah, it's worth the wait, is what she's saying. Totally worth the work, totally worth the wait. She goes, winks at you and goes, he's a keeper. So I feel like she wanted to mention that. So that's her big piece there. And then Papa coming in here. Let's take a look at what we got here with them here. Yeah, and he's also this kind of this patience energy. I love this, how it works out, like this panel discussion that they're doing on the peanut gallery. But you have the 9 of Pentacles, which 9 of Pentacles is about kind of that hermitude energy, being alone with spirit, learning and growing, and you are having that because you're learning about your emotional energy with the 7 of Cups and the 10 of Wands coming in here. 10 of Wands is a lot of energy, but it's ready. It's like changing this emotional energy from what feels like a burden into something that feels like harvest and gratitude instead. And and I feel like that's what's kind of happening. You're on this energy. It's like he would tell you, be patient, take your time, right? Like that. Um, that you're learning to release the old and feel the new, and then that's one of the big things he wants to bring in here is that the emotional energy you feel, you're not stuffing it. And that's why it feels so much more than it ever was, because you would stuff emotion, you would feel this much of it, of the top of the iceberg, and the rest of it would be shoved down below the surface. Now you're allowing yourself to feel emotion, so you're not suppressing and filling up with new emotions that you're gonna have to process. It's like you're processing and feeling your current emotions, and then you're bringing some from the past too, to process, but you're not adding anything to it. Like you're keeping up to date and you're doing the backlog in a way. He's making it sound like work, but it's this wonderful energy that I feel is coming in here for you, and that you're allowing yourself to feel all the emotions. His big message with all this too is that there's no wrong emotion, that every emotion is beautiful and an adventure. Even the lower vibrational emotions, we come down here to experience them. This is one of the few places we can experience it. So there's that energy of doing that. So I love that. And then um, Chuckaroo, what does he got here? Oh yeah. So you definitely also this time away with the high priestess where you're up in the tower. Here's moon energy. But the high priestess, being away, seeing things from a different perspective is for you. Again, you're using this time to go to a new level with the page of cups, with self-love, and the page of swords, with your power of story too. So I really like that energy that comes in here with this, is he's saying, with this temperance, that you're taking your time to create this, and um and it's it you're going to have the reward for it. It's not, just to get rid of stuff out of the basement. It's allowing energy to take you to new levels, because it's clogs that we're clearing that have suppressed the flow of emotional energy, unconditional of energy. So I like that. Right. And then let's see what your husband wants to bring in here. Your future husband. What do they want to tell you today? All right, these 3. Boom, boom, boom. All right. And so, bottom of the deck, you've got the Hanged Man. I like this energy. This is, like the butterfly that's, being formed in the cocoon with the caterpillar, and I feel like they're letting you know you're not the only one that's working on yourself. They're also working on things, they're not just there all perfect and waiting, they're saying that, "No, I'm on the same path you are. I'm letting go of some old stuff, some old feelings, some old anger and different things from when I was growing up too, and so I'm freeing myself, I'm learning, I'm growing, I'm going to new levels as well." So, 'cause, you're not behind, we're pacing each other so that we meet each other at the higher vibration. So I feel like he wants to start off with that under the bottom. And then you have the Three of Cups. Yeah. Three of Cups is joy, celebration, energy. He's learning to, he focuses on joy quite a bit. Let me just take a look at all these here. Yeah. And we have the Queen of Cups, which is of course, double portion of emotional energy, a lot like the high priestess, and he feels emotions really, really big, and this is what he's doing too. So he's, dealing with his disappointments in the past, and the three, that's what the Three of Swords is facing disappointments and feelings of feeling heartbroken and facing those shadow things and replacing it with joy, right? Yeah. Is he ahead of you or close? Let me see what he says to that. I feel like when they're like, "Oh, I'm way far ahead of you." He's like, "No, I'm not. It's not a competition." He goes, we go nose and nose. Yeah, 6 of Cups, 3 and 3, you know, so there's, equal. One's not above, one's not below. He says that, you leap forward, and then he leaps forward, and then you leap forward. It's like you guys go back and forth because you guys are working on different things and it requires rest. Sometimes we can't be 100% of our time doing shadow work and, all that kind of stuff. But he's funny. Yeah, because both of you are on the quest of looking at your self-love with that. Oh yeah, here it is right underneath it. The Knight of Cups, which is on a quest for self-love. And and I like that adventure that you guys are on, and that you'll share the path. Your paths will come together, and then you'll just ride side by side. So I like that. So that's what they got for those. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here too, with the law of positivism. All right, there it is. Came flying out here. You got, I liberate myself from emotions that don't serve me. What? Shut up. So we got the 5 elements here, like this number 25, which is exactly what you be doing. When we attach to negative emotions without consciously recognizing them, they feel like a part of us and start to define us. Emotions are here to be observed and experienced, but not held onto, or they start creating imbalances in the body. Wow. So, in traditional Chinese medicine, 5 elements are connected to organs and meridians, which relate to emotions. So, wood connects with anger, fire. I'm sorry, let me say that. I am not honoring the commas. Wood connects with anger, fire with joy, earth with worry, metal with grief, and water with fear. No feelings are good in excess, and there needs to be a balance within the body to avoid dis-ease or disharmony. So, what emotion or emotions are you holding on to right now? Have you been suppressing a feeling that sometimes bursts to the surface as an explosion? Now's the time to find the root of it and understand why it's there. Is it due to an event in the past or maybe a physical imbalance in the body? Our emotional body is part of a system of the physical, energetic, mental, and spiritual bodies, and all of them affect each other. So, heal and release. It says the first step to healing is to realize what needs healing and where it started, and journaling can help release old emotions. So, start journaling what emotion or emotions are prevalent in your life right now. You probably already do all this. It's good validation for you. Start discovering its or their roots by creating a timeline that might return to childhood. The further you go, the more could come up that has contributed to this. And then write in your journal, I release and heal, dot, dot, dot. Then write down the events, the people, and the situations that have caused this emotion. You can also repeat this verbally as an affirmation. You did journal yesterday. So I love this for you. So that is what they have for your first one there, my dear. And then we'll circle back around for your free reading. You'll be number 3 when we get to those. So I like this. Absolutely. My pleasure. Thank you so much. All right, let me get caught up on the chat here. We do have boom, 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 boom. We got April came in. Hey, April, good to see you. We'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 13 on there when we get to those. I think that was it. Okay. Oh, you're so funny. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. All right. Oh, and then we have the most challenging question of the evening. So, Anna, you're up 4304 is for yours. So, thank you for your donation. Let's see. Did I do all the likes here? Nope, I didn't. Let me just make sure. I think that was the only one. I think you're the only super chat tonight, right? So far. Yep. All right. So we got those there. All right. So let's see what we got going on here. You ready just to kind of find out what about who, what, when, where, when someone significant will come into your life? And we will see what we got here, right? Someone who would enjoy going to school events. So you need a nerd. I'm just kidding. Let's take a look here. See what we have going on here. All right, we got this one here. All right, of course. You got the Ace of Wands for your first card. Well, you do, and the Magician. Well, the good news is you do have someone headed your way. You and your wands. You got the Ace of Wands, and then you got the Magician who's holding a big wand. So you definitely coming your way. Yeah, yeah. You manifested these, right? On the bottom of the deck, you do have the Full card coming in here, which is the 0, right? This is a new beginning energy. Someone you don't know at all. It's not a return of someone from the past or anything like that. This is a fresh, new individual without any expectations, just adventure coming in here. So I do believe like it comes in unexpected. Um, and I do feel here with all this magician energy and the fire energy of the Ace of Wands, where you meet them is, and we've talked about this before, I believe. This they're bringing back a reading from a long time ago, probably almost a year ago. It feels like that doing something that you love, something that you enjoy doing, that you meet someone there. So it's important, to because it's not about dating apps. It's not about this or that kind of energy because that's like work. It becomes like an interview process where you're you if you get out on a dating app or you're trying to get through friends, saying, "Hey, I'm looking to date," so bring me the applicants, right? And then we do the background checks, right? We check their social media and whatever. we interview them, which is dating, and then we end up, saying, "Okay, I think they're good for the job, I'll hire them," and if not, I mean, if we hire them and then we find out they lied on their resume, we end up putting them on a written warning. They end up quitting or we end up firing them, right? Then you have to start all over again. But it's a different experience when you're doing stuff that you love and going out and doing things that you bump into someone. Because in dating, everyone presents this kind of the best or what they think the other person wants a lot, and we're not seeing the true person. But when you meet someone, when they're doing what they love, they're not there to try to impress. They're there expressing their passion, enjoying themselves. So we see a purer, a more pure um, expression of who they are, and then that's when a spark happens. And it's like, let's say it's like music, and so you go to a concert with friends and you bump into someone and they're like, "Oh my god, I love this band." I go, "I do too." Da 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 da. And you're just talking, whatever, enjoying the music, and while they're in between, there's like, "Hey, have you, uh, you know, one of my favorite times is when this other band opened from blah blah blah." And like, "Oh my god, I love them too." And they're like, "Oh way," and they're like, they're coming here next month, and you're like, "No, they're not." And they're like, "Yeah, they are." And like my friends hate going to they don't like that band, and like mine either. Do you want to go? It's like kind of organically it grows instead of going in with intentions and boom, 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 and boom, 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 where that's expectations that suck the life out of a relationship. Instead, it's adventure and gratitude for who someone is, and it changes and it goes differently here. So I like this energy. I feel um, that's you know that's the next step. This is what I feel like they're focusing in on here for you, as far as that energy. And with all this wands and magician energy, it's up to you how fast it'll happen. Right? You never know. There might be someone that also enjoys going to cemeteries that's living um, as well. But with all this wand energy, the when is, the more it takes you igniting and going out and doing things, that's where you meet them. But it's not about doing things with the intention of meeting someone, it's doing things that you love, because that's different, a different energy. Because if we're seeking because we feel we're missing something, then that pushes it further away. When we're just having joy and going out and doing things we love, then we'll draw them in at the perfect time. um, Even doing like a gratitude, like a little, if you journal or if you have a gratitude journal, have like a page dedicated to that the moments I've loved and I'm grateful for having experienced with people in the past. It doesn't have to be the entire, you know, um, relationship. It can be one thing, with this one I really loved when this happened. I like that kind of experience. And with that one, I really love this. And with that one, I love this. And oh, I also love that. I'm grateful I got to experience those things with those individuals. That is, you're creating a list to the creator of going, these are the things I really love. So, this is on the shopping list, but we release the who, the when, right, and the how to the creator, and you focus on the what and the why, and then that folds in that way. So I feel like that's what they have for here. Let's give you your fortune cookie too and see what we got for that. So you get one of these. And what do we have? Yeah, presents. Check, check. Be present, right? You're being asked to spend more time in the present moment, to stop ruminating about the past or longing for the future. Your life is happening right now, and when you're not present for it, you miss all of its beauty. Wow, I like this, right? So, there is this energy here of being in that moment and, doing these things as well. So I like that here. How do you feel? When I have the opportunity to go out with friends, they're all married. It's usually a simple dinner to catch up, unfortunately, things I enjoyed. Still not met someone special. Yeah. So, and maybe it's that the change of energy, looking at it from a different place. If you haven't checked out my podcast episode Abundance, Where It Be, this can help too, because this talks about our energy, how we can make sure that we're focusing on the right energies that bring things through us instead of push things away. And then also it talks about we can be drawing things to the city gates, but there's something about the inner child who rules the gate that if they don't feel we deserve it yet, because there's a subconscious rate of exchange that they're blocking, there's some stuff to open up that allows things to come in too. So I feel like that is the energy that we have there. Yeah. And then I like this, file a complaint with the universe. You're complaining about what you don't have, you get less of it because your energy is what draws things into your life, not the universe. The universe is like, we're not the ones that keep things away or draw things in. That's our energy. In order for us to draw on things that we want, that we're wanting in our life, our energy has to match it, right? They're like, don't look at us. Complain to yourself. You're the one that's drawing things in or keeping things away, right? That's our power. It's not, we're not on like we're not kidnapped in the back of a trunk and the universe is going tough. This is a life you're having. Oh, we're the driver of our party bus. Our energy is what's driving our lives, not the universe. They're just supporting whatever our energy is saying where we want to go. They're the co-pilot. They're just changing the music for us, handing out the snacks, doing the air conditioning, the heater, all of our spiritual posse, our puppies in the back, just happy to be going along for the ride. And they're just going where we're going, where our energy is taking us. So there's that responsibility energy and that power that we have when we step into that. We feel like we're less on an out of control drama train that's about to leap off the tracks and explode, and we feel like we're more consciously choosing our path and our direction instead of feeling like we're just along for the ride. So I like that. All right, my dear, that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. And let me get in here. All right. And Debia, thank you for your additional donation. We'll get you here. You'll be number 5 on here as well. So thank you so much for that. And I got your PayPal on there. Oh, yeah. No contract agreements. That's a human thing too. That we think we come down here with a contract and all that, but these lifetimes as humans, it's all full of possibilities. And we have very little faded things in these lifetimes at this time of humanity because we're choosing, right? We wanted to be able to, choose and see where we end up and not, have it, okay, I must experience this, I must experience this, I must experience this. So many of us through all the readings that I get are here for adventure, not for you know uh, meeting, doing work, check, check, check. We had some of that stuff in our past lifetimes where we wanted to do a lot of faded things that we wanted to experience. But then after we experienced it several lifetimes, we're like, let's roll the dice and see what unfolds in our life, and let's use our power of choice even more. And that's kind of where we're at with humanity, which explains why the world is the way it is too, right? All right. So that is what we got there, my dear. All right. Let me just dive in here and bring up my Instagram. All right. Well, that was from June 28th. And I was like, "What?" So those are the old ones. Here's your most newest one here. Aw. Send a picture. You guys are cute. All right. So let's get in here. So, Deidre, you are up. Thank you so much for your donation via the Venmo. So here is your timestamp. All right. And so you're wanting to get a reading on, we'll just say S in case we don't want their names to be public. On S, just seeing where he's at in your relationship. Ah, nice. You talked about living together. Just want to see what our relationship has for us in terms of the next 4 months as well. All right. Looks good. Let's see what we got here. Hey, hey. All right. So, first of all, we'll just get um, where he's at in your guys' relationship. So, let's take a look and see where he's at mentally, where he's at emotionally. And I like what we started doing psychologically, which is like below the surface that's bubbling down there. So we'll take a look at that. We'll get in a little bit into that, and then we'll look at the other ones here too. So let's see where he's at first here. So mentally, where is he at here? Yeah, we got the Page of Wands. So of course, passion energy, but action energy coming in here too. Yeah, and I feel like he is, in this place here mentally with this star card, the dreams come true, ready to begin a dreams come true, the world card ready for an ending of the current cycle, ready to begin a new adventure, we've reached a step and I'm ready to go to a new step. So this kind of brings in that, living together feels like they're ready to go and take it to a new level, kind of energy. That's their mind, which that's usually the troublemaker. So that's coming in that way. I like that for you. Emotionally, let's see where he's at here. Yeah, we got the Four of Cups. So the heart is ready to move up too. There's this wonderful, you know, um, when we have the Four of Cups, it's kind of like we get up to a certain emotional stability, and then if we stay in it too long, it starts to become feeling like it's stagnant, right? We got the Hierophant, the master of change, coming in, which that's what it takes, a little bit of emotional turbulence for us to go to a new level because we're releasing some old emotions. And he's actually with the Page of Swords looking at things from a higher perspective. That's the Hierophant too. He's seeing things differently. And again, you got both the Star card, which is kind of like the mental dream come true, and you got the Nine of Cups, which is kind of like this emotional dream come true. So I do feel like there is this, the head and the heart seem to be in alignment here. So we like that. Below the surface in their subconscious, yeah, I got the Queen of Wands. Again, this action energy of moving forward and wanting to step forward. The High Priestess. Yeah, there's this strong spiritual connection with you guys, isn't there? Because the Queen of Wands, she's fire and water, connection with the spirit world. Of course, the High Priestess, big connection to the spiritual world. So in the subconscious, oh, you guys got a lot of past life connections. This is why this is coming in the subconscious area. So you've got a ton from the past that you guys are definitely working through here. Um, yeah, because you got the Five of Pentacles, the Five of Wands. So there's a lot of change happening, this fear of being abandoned, this fear of being left behind, being left out in the cold, that generally is what causes them to spark, with that Five of Wands. That's where they tend to have conflict. But, we've got this Two of Pentacles, which is all this beautiful balance that's happening below the surface too. So I like all this. I feel like they're, they're, facing their fear subconsciously. They might not even realize because that's subconscious. They got that fear being abandoned. Um, and that could be why if there's hesitancy and like stepping forward, then we did that right. Yeah, new for I love it. Yeah, several lifetimes, several past lives, that come in there, as well. I also do past life readings if you or anyone else is interested. I love doing them. You can just it's just one of my regular, sessions, whether it's a recorded one or, chat or whatever that I offer. Uh, you can request past life readings too, so I like it. Alright, so I feel like that's kinda where they're at in their relationship. It feels like they're ready here. Let's see the energy around you guys living together based on current energies, if you guys do live together, what kind of energy comes in here? Of course. 2 of Cups, beautiful energy. Queen of Cups, yeah, a lot of energy, emotional energy. It just it feels like it, expands the emotions. Quite a bit. And the Four of Swords, peace of mind, comes in. We like that. Underneath the surface here, you've got the Magician and the Knight of Cups. Yeah. So um, I feel like there's nothing that's saying, bad idea at all here. This feels very positive, that's here. And the Magician is that, of course, it is what you guys choose with your energy, what you'll make of it. But they're not waving you off, going, no, no, kind of energy, right? Right. You're so funny. He told you that he thinks you're going to get with another guy, and you're like, Why? Because why?" And why do you have someone, in the are you trying to get other prospects because they think I'm gonna, dump you? But that's that subconscious, right? That 5 of Pentacles, that fear there. Alright, and then let's see here, uh, in term of the next 4 months, let's take a look here and see what kind of energies, and I feel like they wanna give you a little couple cards for each month. So for month 1, we'll call that mid-August to mid-September, right? And then the next month after that, and then the next month after that, and then the next month after that. And this is where you end up. Anything else here? Okay. Um, I do feel here we've got these first 3 are for the last, 10 days of August and then September, and then we've got October, November, December is what we have coming in here. So we actually got all the way up to the end of the year with where we're at. Can you believe we're this far in the year? It's crazy. All right. So for now, through September, you guys have the beautiful moon energy. So got this wonderful emotions bubbling to the surface here. We like that. I feel like there is some stuff that's below the surface that's rising to be experienced. But I like this for you guys because you've got the 3 of Pentacles, which is being true to your authentic selves. I feel like you guys share more and more of things that maybe need to be seen before you guys move in together too. It's like you're just saying, "Okay, here's all my cards. Before we make this big move, here's all my cards." And they're like, "Well, here's all my cards." And it's like, "All right, here we go." And then the King of Wands is, you know, this energy of both of you kind of stepping into yourselves in a way and um getting out of your heads and into your hearts, and then deciding what you wanna do from your heart, and then you make a plan, and then you take action, with it. And that kind of feels like that summarizes this next 6 weeks, right? Where you guys are, I'm getting out of the head of the supposed to, the should, the need to, the have to, the must expectations, and I'm going to tell you what's really from my heart, and and you know, um, I would like to do the same and see what we want to do, right? But it feels here really good. I feel like a good revelations. This is a revelations tarot. Good revelations coming in. For October, you've got the Chariot and the Knight of Cups. Wow, talk about movement. We got the ruler over all four horsemen, which is the Chariot. There, which is a victory. Again, more moon energy behind the scenes. And the Knight of Cups, of course, movement of the heart and movement of romance that comes in here for you guys in October. I like this. I feel here too with that moon energy of we're right in the middle of eclipses right now, right? So the eclipse season, usually 4 to 6, even sometimes 8 weeks, we feel the influence of these two energies, right? And in fact, this moon was bringing in these eclipses. Let me just bring it up really quick here. Collections, here it is. So with the fire and water, right? We got the Leo, new moon, solar eclipse we had last week. Next week we have the full moon, Pisces, lunar eclipse of water, right? And so the Leo energy was all about stop pretending to be someone you're not. And the second, the Pisces energy is stop pretending you don't feel what you feel. And it says, between those two instructions lives the most honest version of you, and the next 9 days will determine whether you meet that person or you keep avoiding them. So I like this energy, right? Oh, boom, boom. There you go. So I do feel like you guys are being very influenced by 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 this eclipse, obviously, because he's Leo and you're Pisces. So you definitely have that energy coming in. Yeah. Yeah, right? Just slightly. So I feel like that's why, these next, rest of August into September, even like kind of it could be halfway or all the way through, October too. But right now we're in the middle of the portal, so this is the big coming, this, so they come into Jesus kind of energy, right? Where we're the authenticity is coming out. The realness is demanding to be seen and heard, and it's a lot of stuff that's moving with all this eclipse energy. So you'll feel the big of it, from last Wednesday to next Thursday, but it still influence us for 4 to 6 to even 8 weeks after the solar eclipse. I'm sorry, the lunar eclipse next week. So I feel like that's what kind of rolls in here. And then into November, yeah, I feel like here is where you guys make this choice of this death and rebirth, this full card, this new beginning that comes in here. So this is what we got when we're talking about him, right? That full card. They're ready to go to this new level. They're ready to start this new adventure. And it does feel like this rebirth, it's the ending of one phase of the relationship and going to a new one. So November feels like a big time based on current energies, of course, with that coming in here. A new beginning, but free of expectation. One of the big things to, as you're going into that, is to realize, because that's what we fear, right? And that's kind of what he fears is if we move in, then the expectations go vroom, and then there's more fear of failure rather than it's an adventure. And we go about it with focusing on what we're grateful for instead of like what is not happening or needs to happen or should happen or blah blah blah. That sucks the life out of a relationship. But when it's all about, you know what? No, nothing needs to change except maybe help me take out the trash and pick up after yourself. you know, that's just, more of a suggestion, not an expectation. I would appreciate, and be grateful for whatever you do, but, I was doing it all here before without you, and if you wanna, you know, um, whatever you wanna pick up and help, I appreciate and then we just appreciate and are grateful for what they do, right? Camping dinner, yeah, I love that. So that's that energy of it's not a prison, it's an adventure, and I feel like that's the difference of, a lot of time the masculine energy will take us into that fear of, I'm supposed to be the provider and the hunter. It's in the DNA, right? That caveman of I'm supposed to provide, I'm supposed to do these things, and I fear I'm gonna fail at that. And it's like, nope, not a prison. It's an adventure. We're just gonna enjoy. We're gonna focus on what we're enjoying, right? So I like that for November. It feels like that's a big change month for you guys, obviously. And then December, yeah, you guys got the 7 of Wands, being true to your authentic selves, shining bright, not asking permission to shine, not defending what we're wanting to do, but the King of Pentacles is focusing on gratitude. And the more we're focusing on that, there's this amazing abundance that comes in, feeling in December. And I like that. Yep. Overall, yeah. here's the here's the card that was off by itself, the 5 of Pentacles, right? This fear of being abandoned, left behind, not be enough, not have enough, lack energy, the fear of not being enough. And they're and you're like, no, you don't have to worry about this, right? And this makes sense on the bottom of the deck. You've got the High Priestess too. It's like we're going into a High Priestess temple together, and I just feel like there's such an emotional energy that comes in, with all that too. So looking good. I like this where the energy is currently taking you guys. Of course, that could change 10 minutes from now, but that's the thing about the future, right? It's so fluid and so changing. But let's see what your fortune cookie comes in. You get one of these law of positivism energies too. So let's see what else they have here for you guys. Yeah, I like this. I bless my body with nourishing foods. Yeah, yeah, trust me, right? You're like, that's all right. I don't need you to be anything else than you are right now in the moment, right? So, food is a gift, an offering, and nourishment is blessing. What, when, and how we eat affects us, and we must be conscious of it on all these levels. Your body is your temple, your altar, and what you give to it is an offering, a gift, and an act of gratitude. Eating isn't only a survival instinct, it's an act of embodiment of the earth cycles and elements. It is a living, breathing process of transformation within our bodies. Eating has now become a lifestyle and a habit. We no longer have ceremonies and rituals around food and eating and are not always aware of the impact that unconscious eating has on our bodies, DNA, and vitality. What we eat makes up our body and either nourishes or depletes our energy. Unprocessed foods direct from Mother Earth are natural for the body to assimilate. Now is the time to be more loving and kinder to yourself with your diet and nourishment. This is hitting me between the eyes, just so you know. Maybe this is for me. Creating healthy eating habits is the message that they're bringing here too. Um, Looks like there's 6 things that we can learn from. Take time to understand your body's constitution and what it needs to get balanced. Ancient practices like traditional Chinese medicine and Ayurveda are a great way to start. Ask yourself how you can give yourself more nourishing foods. Create time and space for growing, buying, preparing, and cooking your food. Create a sacred time and space for all your meals. I like that because I usually just chow it down while I'm doing other work instead of making it consciously sit and make it a ritual. So I like that. When craving something that won't serve your body, ask what you want from yourself in life and what is it you're trying to replace with food. That's another one, right? Know that you are worthy of the nourishment from Mother Earth and accept all of her gifts and medicines. I love that. Of course, here it talks about fruit on the card is connecting with Mother Earth and natural, unprocessed nourishment and food. So hopefully that resonates there for you. That is an extra message. Number 6, unconditional love for our bodies. I like that. That's, in fact, I'm going to, I'm hijacking that. I'm going to leave that out over here so that I will make sure to do that for myself. So I love that. Yeah, talking about Chinese medicine. So, yeah, there is some herbs and we probably had past lifetimes in China, Chinese provinces where being medicine, being the doctors, the herbal doctors, and all of that. So I love that. Love that energy. You are very welcome. Thank you again so much for your donation. I appreciate you. Always good to see you. Glad you're on your wonderful adventure here. All right. So hopefully we'll see you some more. Right. All right. And I see we have here Ruby G. Oh, Cash App. I didn't update it here. Let's see. Yep, there it is. Came right through here. So Ruby G, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll read it. I'll make myself a message here. Yeah, if you send me an email, I think I have your email, but if you email me, then I'll email you back the deets on that as well. I know, exciting, right? I love doing past life readings. I get to see the movies playing out in my head of the lifetimes that people have together. It's like a movie starts playing in my head, and I like it. It's like a little reel of highlights. All right. So let's take a look here. All right. So Ruby G, let's get you on here. So thank you for your donation. And oh no, he knows he's on to him. All right. Yeah, we'll definitely take a look at that. Goodness gracious. And we got Gabby Rock in the house too. Ruby, you'll be number 6 on the donation list here. And Gabby, you'll be number 7 coming in here. And there is your question. Oops. Hey, Dason, good to see you. I am doing well. How about yourself? Having fun, enjoying these adventures. Welcome to your weekend. All right. I think I've got everyone here. Make sure I didn't skip anyone. All right. Let me take a quick sip here. Mix up my beet juice here. So cheers, everybody. All right. Glad you're doing good. All right. All right, Ruby G, we'll get you on the free list. You'll be number 14 on the free one there. And we've got Deb up. So 12018 is your timestamp. Here is your timestamp there. And you'd like a general reading. So thank you for your donation via the Venmo. So grateful. Yeah, I've been busy, huh? Time flew by with you running the ship, right? Now you get to enjoy the fam. So let's see here. What does Spirit have here for you? So what does Spirit have here for you? Got that. I do want this one first, and then I do want all of these, and that one too. That one too. All right. Just scooch these over, and then all of these are together. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see what all this is about. So, bottom of the deck that we have for you, Rocky Mountain Deb Deb. You got the King of Pentacles on the bottom. King of Pentacles, of course, is abundance, fullness of life, so much to be grateful for, right? Um, so I love this. Just feels like your life is full and overflowing. Beautiful energies just underneath, below the surface. They're just like you're in your golden era, kind of energy. Just a lot just to be grateful for, and you're in this, beautiful zone of that, right? You do have the Six of Swords, and this is a wonderful energy. You've been doing a lot of releasing of old ways of thinking, looking at things from a higher perspective. And I feel like they're kind of highlighting and spotlighting. You're recognizing things that used to irritate the bejesus out of you. Now it's smoother waters. It can still be a little ripple, but it's not a tsunami like it would have come before. And I feel like, especially in this situation like you just had, where you were kind of like, there could have been great amount of stress and freaking out with everything that you had to do, but it was more smoother than it would have been a year ago, because of everything that you've been doing just over a year. So I like that for you. Yeah, you definitely are ready for some hermit energy too, which they're, uh, emphasizing or spotlighting again, I guess is a good word, the importance of your alone time, and that because of what you've been doing with your alone time here, you've really been having um, this change from uh, the Five of Pentacles, which is the fear of not being enough, not having enough, being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold energy, and you have the Ace of Pentacles, which is your self worth, and you've had this transformation. And that's with this alone time you've been doing, you've been really working on having this be your grounding, not stuff out here. And, you come back and it comes back to this, this place that comes in, right? So I really like that energy that's coming in for you there. So I like it. I like it. And then, and I feel like here, this this card came out by itself, which is about to introduce all these other ones, which is your Knight of Cups, which is your quest for self-love and this journey that you've been on in raising your love vibration. And I like this here. Let me just get these cards all together here, because you have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have 7 cards that are about this journey. I like this. It's almost like a little story, uh, like a little storybook, because you have the 7 of Cups, which is a lot of different emotions, feeling, um, you know, lower vibrational, higher vibration. And I feel like you're realizing that more and more, that there's no wrong emotion. There's those that feel uncomfortable, which are the ones rooted in fear, which are at the root are like anger or sadness. Those are kind of the 2 root ones for fear. And then there's joy, right? Those are like the 3 big emotions. We as humans kind of all the other emotional expressions kind of shoot off from those 3, I would feel. And that there's not a right or a wrong emotion. There's just different. And then when I'm feeling something, it's not wrong. We don't beat ourselves up. And I like this, how you've learned not to beat yourself up about feeling a lower vibrational emotion. And you're like, it's okay. That's how that feels. And I'm going to feel something different when I want to. And I like that empowerment that comes in, because you got the Sun card, which is this bright light that is shining down, on your life and on those emotions, and you really have done that inner work with that Leo inner child energy, the little child on the horse, right? A lot of transformation and a lot of that, allowing yourself to feel emotion instead of push it and suppress it comes in with that too. In addition to all that too, you have the Four of Swords, which is, excuse me, letting go of the expectations, more and more changing the stories about what that out there means about me. The default of the old stories we had, and you've been transforming those too. And this is what's been bringing you a mental rest, that because you're seeing things, different. Um, and I like this adventure that you're on because then the Ace of Wands, you learned your power of energetic choice. So you've got the emotional energy you really understand, you got the mental understanding of the stories. Now here is the whatever I focus on is what I grow and expand, and I realize when I'm focusing on higher vibration, I'm growing and expanding that. When I'm focusing on lower vibration, I'm expanding that, right? And I like this because there is this energy here with the Strength card and the Nine of Wands. This is this, what was a barrier before, you've learned, this is interesting, you've learned to use it as a shield instead of a containment. So what something that was there before that would have felt like it was trapping you, you've re-engineered it to now it's part of your, um, not a wall to keep people out, but it's the barrier that keeps, it's like your bubble that keeps emotion that doesn't. It's almost like you flipped it over. So anything that comes in the outside world, it sticks to that instead of it coming in and sticking to you. And I feel like with this Leo season that we're heading to the end of right now with all this Leo eclipse energy, I feel like this is something that you're really working on now, and it's a unique thing that you're doing with your energy. It's not like something that's like written in books. I feel like it's something that you're doing that feels natural for you with your energy that helps have that bubble there for you. And then that's all bringing you to the Six of Cups. And I do feel like this is something that's taking you into uh, your past life energies and your access to them. I really like this because I feel like with all the stuff that you're doing here, with that Strength card and the Nine of Wands, this Leo energy, that this is a precursor of you opening up to past life emotions, past life memories, past life knowledge, um, through meditation, through dreaming, through even doing your own readings. I feel like you're able to connect and understand more of some different past lives. So I like that for you. So that's what they've got. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here, too. Let me just put these cards back in. But I love this. And then your law of positivism. Isn't that awesome craziness? My body is a manifestation of my energetic state. I like that. Beautiful card there. Number 3, beautiful 3 energy, Empress, and open right up to it. Your energy body is a subtler aspect of your being than the physical body. They are interconnected and affect each other. An imbalance in the physical body affects our energy body as much as our energy affects the physical body. Knowing the link helps you to move deeper in your healing. Wow. Says in society, the emphasis is usually on our physical body and aspects rather than the body as a whole. You might be doing all the right things in your diet, lifestyle, and sleep, but still feel fatigued, emotionally imbalanced, and physically unaligned. The energetic body is directly connected to the body as it provides you with life force energy, the vitality behind all physical functions. Therefore, on your healing path, it is essential to integrate both layers into one. The body has many energy paths and channels directly connected to the organs and the body's physical functions. If there's a blockage in these channels or energy centers, they affect the physical body. And we can experience pain, discomfort, dis-ease, and so much more. Uh, and there's talks about scanning your body. So if you're sitting or lying in a comfortable position, connect with your breath. I'm not surprised if that comes up for you. So connect with your breath and feel that you can drop into your body. Feel your body's weight, the sensations of your skin, and all five senses. Then scan your physical body for any tensions, pain, or imbalances. This can be felt both physically and on an energetic level. Notice the energy flowing through your body that might be felt by the physical senses. And if there is a physical imbalance, focus your energy on it and let healing energy flow around this area. Notice the sensation and feel the warmth of healing. Wow, I love that. Of course, on here, you love your moon energy too. We got the moon represents intuition, the water here represents cleansing, and oh, there is a dolphin. Dolphins jumping out of the water there. There's your dolphins. Balance that comes in here as well. So I love that for you, Deb Deb. Perfect, perfect. So that is what they have, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donation. Have a blast with your grandchildren and children and all the family that's coming together here for your adventures. There's a lot of trouble there. Everyone all together there. I know. Trouble knows trouble, trust me, right? So cheers, cheers. All right. Let me just finish that up. Let's just put that over here. All right. Right? And, I was just like Marilyn Monroe. No, not Marilyn Monroe. Why was I thinking Marilyn Monroe? Louise Hay, her book, um, I love that, doing I usually Google spiritual and emotional reasons for whatever pain, see what resonates that can help us with the energy and go, where's my energy? What's my energetic influence in that, right? Right? I know, right? You can run. So I love that for you. All right, let's see. Let's get it caught up on the chat here. We got Dason. Hey, Dason. Have your free reading. You'll be number 15 on the free reading list there. And we got Kira Ellis. Hello. Good to see you. Oh, nope, not too late for the reading at all. I'm only an hour and a half in, so you're doing good. Yeah. Here. It's right here. You Can Heal Your Life by Louise Hay. Wonderful book. That's why I kept turning to grab it, and it was buried, but I moved through it. I got it. All right, so Kira, thank you so much. You're perfect here. I'll get you on the donation list. You'd be number 8 on the donation list. And here is your question. We'll get that on there too. I love that. I love that sticker. Number 1. It's a little ninja. Not a ninja, a samurai. I like it. I love the Japanese and Asian cultures. I know I've spent many lifetimes over on that side of the planet. So I love that energy. All right. So I think I've got everything here. And get into here next. All right. So Debbie, oh, we're circling back around for you, 135.50. So thank you so much for your additional donation. So grateful for your support. All right. Good to see you too, my friend. Hang in there. Enjoy, enjoy. We'll have to catch up after summer, after you're out of the I was gonna say out of the camps. That sounded bad. Out of the you're back home. All right. All right. So, Debbie O, we got here. Does your future husband speak the Española? Steak and lobster. All right. Yum, yum. All right. So let's take a look here. Do they speak Spanish? Let's take a look here. Queen of Pentacles. Yeah. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Feel like he might even be mixed. He might be I feel like his mother might be Hispanic, and she speaks Spanish, and I feel like then so he did that as well, right? No, I do feel like that the energy I've been getting him lately, is that he, um, you know, because I feel like, yeah, that's what you feel, right? Yeah. So I do feel like that. That's why I feel like when you meet his mom, she's just like, I like her. You're like, gee, teet, teet, teet. So I like that. And then, uh, oh, will he let you guys have a maid? Yeah. He looks a lot like his father, but, I feel like you can tell that he's, like, mixed, but I feel like he really takes after his father a lot too, because 'cause he's got, like, hazel eyes and, um, in those features, but, yeah, I do feel he has the culture there for sure. So will they let you guys have a maid? Well, he has one now, like someone that comes to clean, and all that, um, energy. Yep, 5 of wands. I feel like it's up for discussion. 'Cause, the 5 of wands is like a lot of energy. It's like a firestorm, and it's like his life feels like a firestorm. So much activity, so much activity, so much activity that he does. He has, like, a maid come in to they come in to clean and to do stuff, not like a live-in maid, but someone that comes in and cleans and does things. Um, but, I feel like he's very open, of course, to whatever, all the energy I've been getting is like they're like, "Yeah, I mean, we can whatever you need, babe," kind of, you know, because he's not hurting for money, with all of everything that we've got, so he's like, "Yeah, we can do that." Um I'd rather, you enjoy your life and we support someone, who needs work, we can afford to do that. They have someone like a gardener or, lawn people. He has people that does do things, because he feels like he's supporting, helping other people and he can afford it. So he's like, why not? He's a very generous, big-hearted person. So I like that. And then let's see what else here about general for your future husband. What else can we know here? These and these. And that. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, I feel like we kind of know here because with that energy, I kind of feel like with that firestorm of the 5 of wands, there's a lot of activity, right? But he has the 9 of wands on the bottom of the deck here, which I feel like The over busyness is because he's finishing up, um, I feel like he's going to be, like, ending his, um, working in the judicial segment to open a private practice, and so he's starting to do juggle. It's like because of, of the, conflict of interest, he has to be careful, but he's, like, starting to try to build and create the practice so that he can, go over, into it. So that's why he's so busy, which we have the devil card here, which is Capricorn energy, which represents, Saturn. Capricorn rules over the house, 10th house of work. So a lot of that's why he's so busy. That's coming in. But like I said, that's about to change here. With the world card, there's going to be an ending of a significant cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, which allows time with the hanged man to cocoon. And so I feel like he's been working hard for decades, just go, 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 go. Now he's ready to enjoy more of that time. So that's why he wanted to kind of, we talked about this, right? Get out of the court system where it, they've got so much to go into it. Yeah, absolutely his choice. Because he's like, I'm tired, of um uh, because you have to be elected or appointed. And he's like, I'd rather not worry about all that stuff anymore and not have so much because they're under such scrutiny and everything. I'd rather just be able to have my own practice, and I get to choose how many clients I have, how busy I am. As a judge, you can't tell the state of, Texas, um, you know, everyone stop committing crimes, everyone behave so that we don't have as much people on the docket. Can't control that, but you can control how many people you accept, and your calendar when you are, self-employed, and that's what he's wanting to go to kind of wean off. He still wants to be in law, he loves it, but he wants to do that, right? Um, I feel like, the energy we had before was that because you guys one of the possibilities of you meeting is in the courts, the infrastructures of the court system, and and so I feel like at the point, I feel like they're in transition. I feel like it depends on your guys' energy when you guys meet, because it's gonna be the range is he's still a judge. The earliest you could meet is when they're still a judge. Doesn't mean that's when you're gonna meet. But you guys are but he's getting ready to transition out, and then, because they have to leave, because they have to usually it's around an election cycle. Like, I think 2026 is like, I feel like that's an ending of 2026 or 2027. It depends on when he was appointed. It's like when he's gonna run out, and then he's gonna announce he's not rerunning for, wanting to get re-voted in back in as judge, kind of energy. So it really depends, when you guys actually meet, but it's gonna be around that period of time. The possibilities of you guys meeting the earliest and the latest is while they're still a judge and after they've transitioned. So they transition in the middle of that period of possibilities of meeting each other. So it depends. But I definitely feel like it's right around all that time. So that's really good. And and this is telling us, right? Two of Pentacles is the balance. They're really seeking at balancing. They have the Wheel of Fortune. It is for them. And with the Ace of Swords, this is them wanting. to really focus in on what matters for them. They're kind of readjusting their expectations of life and going, I don't need to do all that stuff. I'm gonna take a, I could keep building, 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 but he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna kind of even off and enjoy what I do have already and, still have a practice, still grow, still have money coming in. But I feel like they were really trying to get up into a certain, place. Like maybe they had a goal someday being on the Supreme Court of Texas or something, right? And they're like, "Nah, I don't wanna do that." With everything going on, they're like, "I just don't wanna get involved in, this. I wanna be on the outside of this justice system." I feel like they're like, "I've done enough. I'm ready for to be more in control of my own life," kind of energy. So I like it. And what else here? Yeah. So I like this. We have the magician. He really is, stepping forward here with that energy, wanting to create something. And so the death to the feeling of not being enough, not having enough, fear of being abandoned, being left out in the cold, energy. And I feel like that's kind of something that's the thing he's working on is, with that 5 of Pentacles is that I won't have enough, that I'm not enough. And he's realizing, no, I'm plenty as I am now. I don't need to achieve more to define myself, to achieve a position or whatever. He's like, I am perfect as I am. I feel like that's kind of this aha energy that he's kind of getting and realizing, and why he's choosing to go, yeah, I don't need to become something public or at a higher level. This is enough. So I like that, which is good because then that's where the balance comes in, right? And you do guys get to spend more time with each other rather than him being busy, 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 busy all the time. All right, so let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here as well. This here. We've got I forgive and release the past to heal my life. Yeah, it's kind of what we were talking about, right? There's the big moon. So we've got number 21. This is in the section of emotional healing. No way. What a surprise. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So it says, forgiveness is the internal process of unconditional acceptance, compassion, and release. When we understand that we have to accept all of life, its blessings and lessons, to fully walk our path, we release the need to hold on to the past. Forgiveness is the way to liberation and unconditional love and acceptance. What are you holding on to that is keeping you in the past? Is it a place, situation, event, memory, or person? Is it something that has been happening within or outside of you? These questions are essential to contemplate if you are dedicated to healing your life and its layers. It is vital for the present moment and the future that you consciously let past experiences that have served you or even hurt you come to the surface so you can observe them. This can bring back uncomfortable memories, but it is better to be consciously aware of them than to suppress them. When you do so, they cause imbalances, not only energetically, but also emotionally, physically, and mentally. Tap into your heart and that unconditional forgiveness to take a giant leap in your healing. So, a practice to release and forgive. So, this practice is an act of self love. Use it as often and for as long as long as required. One, sit in stillness and meditation and ask yourself, what am I holding on to and what needs forgiveness? How can I forgive myself and others? Number two, journal on the things that are coming up right now. This is what you need to focus on healing. And 3, then write down, "I forgive dot, dot, dot," and continue with what you are forgiving and releasing right now. I like that. Of course, you've got the waning crescent moon on here, which is a release, and you got the butterflies, flying around here, fluttering around her on her back here, which is hope. So I like that energy. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear, my dear. I tell you what, I'm liking this dude. like I like I like who you guys are together, this energy that I see with you guys together. But that's what they got. So thank you again for your donation. I appreciate it very much. And many blessings to you, my friend. Enjoy your Friday. All right, let's take a look here. I like him too, right? I know. But does then stay away from him. No, that's right. I'm happily single. Don't worry. I'm not going to try to hunt down your man. it wouldn't it wouldn't do anything anyway, so you can relax. Behave. All right, we got May in the house. Hey May, good to see you. I got you here on the donation list. You'll be number 9 on the donations here. Yeah, right? Yeah, it's kind of a sleepy day today. There's something in the air. All right, may I see here, Max? Let's see here. He hearted and then unhearted. Goofball. All right. Mm-mm. Exactly, exactly. Exactly my point, Debbie. Debbie-O. All right. All right, we got you on there, May. All right, I think I'm all caught up. So we'll continue down the list here. We got Ruby G 15303. Look at that rhyming. Here is your timestamp. No jealousy, right? Because you know I'm safe anyway. You know I'm a hermit. All right. So Ruby, thank you for your donation. And so we want to do a $1 question, which is action was taken today. So he knows I'm on to him. Uh-oh, dun dun dun. He's refusing to let your son stay here. Likely outcome if you keep your son here for safety and risk contempt or yeah, and then versus if you return him to your ex tomorrow. He's refusing to let your son stay to continue to stay where you're at, right? All right, let's take a look here. So we'll pull 2 cards for this because I want to know. So if you keep your son for safety and contempt, what's the energy? And then if you return him to your ex tomorrow, what's the energy, right? Yeah, under the surface, you do have the Empress card, which this is all going to turn out fine in the end. However, whatever decision you make, it's going to end up, you know, with this creation, this energy that's here. Um, the energy that I get. So if you keep your son and not return him tomorrow, we do have the Capricorn Saturn energy come in here. So there is a shaking and a rattling of cages, right? Um, so I do feel like it's like messing with the devil, right? There's going to be work involved and there's going to be some shaking of things definitely that come from that. But it's Saturn is like the what do they call him? Like it's the wise miser grandfather who gives you an assignment. If you do all this, then you'll get this reward. So this is kind of that energy. If you do the work, you get the reward with it. It's worth it, but it's going to it's gonna be some upheaval that comes from it, right? Which you are totally prepared for. I mean, compared to all the upheaval that he creates anyway, it's like, eh, just a different flavor. It's still the same lava that they spew. It's just green instead of red, fiery orange, there it is. But, so I feel like with that Saturn energy there, there is work. It's Capricorn, earth grounding energy. And then, if you return him to your ex tomorrow, with everything going on, you have the Judgment card. Interesting that we get the Judgment and Justice card a lot with him, but this is like being pulled to have to take higher action as well. Um, so I feel like if you return him there, that he might try to keep him and not have him come back to your place, and that then we have to get, like, the justice, judgment energy involved to allow them to come back kind of energy, which I feel like that's the energy there. I feel like on the bottom of the deck with that Empress, it's just about mother nature, mother nurture. You need to do what you feel you need to do as a mother, right? As this Empress, divine feminine energy. You're like, "I'm gonna do what I need to do to protect my son," you know? Don't do anything illegal, right? Um, like, take him and run, I feel like, don't do that, that'll just make it worse, right? Um, but, if you feel and if, like you said, you're already taking action, then they already know, and you can tell them, "I'm gonna keep him, and he's gonna call. I just wanna give you guys a heads up. This is what's going on, and, I wanna be on record, because I don't know what shenanigans he's gonna pull?" And I like that. I like that preparation and being prepared there. So hopefully that helps a little bit. Let's see what your fortune cookie says too. Maybe this will shed some light, more light. Yeah, we got the step back energy. What does this say? You're being asked to step back from your life in order to gain perspective. When you're too close to a situation, it can be hard to make a decision. Wow. Span out and view your life from a distance so you can get the perspective needed. So it's kind of like step back, look at what you feel so it's like take a breath, kind of step back from it all and go, okay, I'm in it. I'm having trouble choosing. So let me take a big deep breath, kind of step back and look at it from there, right? Yeah. So definitely. Um, so you said action was taken today. So yeah, definitely I feel like um and if part of that was contacting police, if it was, then good. If not, then you might consider that too. Is what keeps coming in is just to say, "Hey, um, I need to know what I can do in this situation, right? Because I'm gonna do this. This is gonna rise over the weekend. So I just want to get it on record, get it here, whatever, that this is what's going on. So, but you know what you're doing. So I'm proud of you, Ruby G. That mama bear's coming in. Enough is enough. I've got to do what I need to do for my child, and I love that. The love that you have for them. So, I'm glad. I'm glad you're not just like, "Oh, well, whatever happens to them," you're very protective because you didn't feel protected when you were younger, and that's why it's so important for you as a being to protect your children. So, I like that. Right, my dear. Hang in there. Thank you again for your donation, and I'll write it down here. I'll send lots of love energy to you here. Ruby G, love energy. especially for this coming days, right? So, hang in there, my dear. Right. All right. Let me just check here. I think up next here we do have Gabby Rock. You are up, Gabby. 201 even is for yours. Here's your timestamp. And so you want to know, what did P think of your Instagram story where you took a pic at the driving range today? He doesn't know that's a hobby that you're starting, so wondering his response. I don't know if he wondered who I was there with, friends, another guy, etc., or what, right? Or it's AI. You golfing? What? We'll take a look here. So, what did P think of the Instagram story? All right, you got one, you got two, and you've got three. All right. Yeah, interesting here. On the bottom of the deck, you got the Judgment card, which is trying to see things from a higher perspective, and um, it's interesting here. Now, you've got the Three of Cups, which in this case is joy and celebration energy that comes in here. Um, Also, it's tribe and group and friends, so I feel like they thought you were with friends doing it. It doesn't feel like a date kind of energy that they were getting in here. So they were I feel like they just assumed it was the friends because in his mind, because P likes golf, right? I feel like with this Three of Cups, this is one of his joys, is playing golf. And I feel like, um with this, judgment card, it's like, are you trying to do something that I do to make you more attractive to me? Are you trying to get back with me kind of energy? 'Cause we always make it all about us, right? So, I feel like they're going, "Are you doing that? Because that's something I love to do, I feel, with this Three of Cups, and that you wanna do this." And he's like, "Huh." Um, Three of Swords definitely felt this is unexpected, it's this is the expectations equal disappointment card usually, but it can also come through as unexpected, and he definitely thought, "What? What is this?" Kind of energy. We do have the Knight of Swords that came in here too, which is movement, passion, energy, interest. It definitely piqued his interest. But that's why I feel like he thought it was friends that you were with, because anyone he's ever dated or had been with or whatever didn't like golf, and so he always, if he wanted to go golfing, he would have to go with his friends and go with his friends, his buddies, and it's a good thing to, guys day out on the range or whatever, but I feel like they're like, "Wow, that's unexpected." Um, Kind of energy there, and it kind of, um made them, again, question, are you doing that just to, be, like, more, uh, desirable from me because you know that I love golf? Or, I feel like that came into his mind too, with the judgment card there. Just funny, right? You're like, "No, I'm doing that for me, so that I can learn how to hit you over the head with this golf club and not miss." I'm gonna go for your nose, whoosh, or a different thing. But, yeah, so I feel like overall it was kind of left him, I get this curious feeling of like, "What was this about?" Um, and then left him kinda spinning, and then they, of course, moved on with it, but for the moment when they saw it, it brought a curious kind of energy around it, so interesting, right? Let's see what the fortune cookie says here too. So you'll get one of these. What is it called? Mind Info Oracle. All right, this one here. And this is a spread of push and pull love spread. So here's 1, 2, 3 energies. Yeah, what brings you together? What pulls you apart? What needs your attention? So I like that. I leave these cards in because these are like spreads that you can do, but there's a message in this with the push and pull of love, which that's what makes it. It's like, um, is this going to pull? Is this uh, trying to pull them toward me by doing something that they enjoy? I feel like that's what was in their head, right? But your intentions, what your intentions are. But I feel like that did cross their mind of, well, surely you're doing that because of me. Such ego humans that we are, right? So hopefully that helps, Gabby. That is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Kira Ellis. You are up. 20652 is for you. There you are. Thank you so much for your donation. And let's take a look here. She'd like a reading on your love life, if possible. Absolutely. It's one of our favorite items on the menu. Is your man, or do you have someone else coming in? You feel super connected to him and have lots alignment and similar things. All right. Well, we'll take a look here. Cheers to you. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. We'll go for that first here, and then we'll do the rest of the reading here. So first of all, is your man, or is there someone else coming in that's like destined or based on your current energies, right? We got the Ace of Cups. Along with, got the Six of Swords. That is a change of mental energy that brings movement. Let me look at all these here. No, there's someone else. I know that it feels here like that there's this connection, right? But I do feel like there is someone else that ends up coming in here. We've got the Judgment card, this calling, this pulling to go in this different direction. It's like you're being pulled somewhere else. So let's see here. Okay. Yeah. Because, I mean, literally, you've got, the bright sun comes in, it shines light on things that takes you with the Three of Wands in a different direction. That's with new information, you change directions. That leads you to your Knight of Cups, which is a different love. So, yeah, a lot of alignment, a lot of those things. He feels safe to you. We'll dive in here real quick too. Since we know you're gonna kind of not end up with them for forever in this lifetime, we won't spend a ton of time on them. We'll focus on the other because you're like, oh yeah, if they're a stepping stone or whatever, then I want to focus on what's coming, right? But why? What's the source of this super connectedness and all this other energy here? So yeah, I was gonna say you do have past life connections. Um, so that does make sense here because you got the High Priestess. Yeah, exactly, exactly as you just said, right? High Priestess is one of those where there's this like, wow, this connection, and it is that comes, that's bubbling up from there. Um, and we've got the right in time, right? And we've got this I have my shirt here, the Magician card, um, which is this with sorry, they're saying things. I'm trying to say something. They're telling me more. I'm like, can I talk first? We got the Queen of Swords, I'll get that out there. With the Magician and the Queen of Swords coming in together with the Devil card. The Devil card is like our long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, and this Queen of Swords represents a wonderful compatible person, and the Magician, the combo of all those together is like an energy of, I'm falling for who the potential of who they could be, and also that past life energy of who they were, not who they are. And that's, I feel like something that's, uh, a little bit of this is the Revelations tarot, so a little bit of a revelation that it's like, oh, I'm really connected to the person who they could be because I can see that they can be that, and I can see that they have been that in the past. But they when we're realizing when I take the blinders off of the future and go, "Who are they now?" You're like, "Oh, oh, whoa, because then the bottom of the deck, we have the 8 of Cups, which is walking away from a relationship that doesn't serve you. So I do feel like as you start to see them with clear eyes with the present of who they are, that's what kinda changes things up a bit. Interesting, right? But enough about them. Let's find out what's this coming forward for you, right? So the future of your love life here. All right. So what can we know here? What can we know here? Right. We do it this one and this one. Do it this one and this one. Do it this one and this one. This one. And then those. All right. Yes. 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 Yes, please. So, the bottom of the deck, we have the Star card, which here's the dream come true in reality, not in imaginary, right? Star card represents Aquarius energy, which has 1 foot in the heavens, but 1 foot on the earth. They help bring heaven to earth, energy with the Star card, and so this is having something that feels like a dream come true, not, um not something that could be, hopefully, sometime in the future. I know, right? Makes it easier to let go. So, you have the Page of Swords energy that comes in here, which tells me about heightened communication. This is someone who actively, um, like, texts and communicates with you. It's someone who, you know, will say good morning first, that will initiate things. They're all about heightened communication skills. They know how important communication is in a relationship, not like pulling teeth and disappearing and going, "Where'd you go?" They'll do things like, "Hey, I'm going into a meeting and it's a 2-hour meeting, so I won't be able to respond for a couple hours. So if you text, I won't be back until around this time." And you're like, "Oh, good. I know what's going on." I'm not like, "What happened? Where did he go? He was texting, then he's gone?" And then he comes back later, go, "Oh, yeah, I was in a meeting." And you're like, "Well, that would have been good to know beforehand, right?" So, I know, just that alone, right? I'm in love. Right. It is someone new with the Ace of Wands, so no one you know yet. It is a new passion, a new interest with the Ace of Wands, and you have the King of Wands too. Um, yeah, I'm done. Uh, King of Wands is great. They have passion, but they understand bridled passion, meaning they're not like the Knight of Wands, which is like a little chihuahua going around wanting to hump everyone's legs. They know as a king when it's appropriate for passion, when it's not, and they have that here. Not with the Ace of Wands, that's someone new that you would be meeting. It's a new interest. It's not anyone you know now. So it'll be someone that you will be meeting. Um, yeah, we got the 10 of Wands energy that comes in here. This, I feel like they're kind of putting this in the middle of your reading with the 10 of Wands. It's a change of energy. It's a conscious change of your energy of not wanting and needing and, I mean, all the stuff that we're saying, like, "Oh my god, I want them now," right? But there's this turning to higher vibration, gratitude and unconditional love, and joy and laughter and peace, and higher vibration will bring things in. Your focus is to move your energy from trying to find someone to have gratitude for what you have had in the past. What little tidbits here and there are you grateful for? And that's what helps move things forward for you. And then it's also teaching you that when you meet this person, the energy is about what they are bringing, not the expectations of what they're not, and then sucking the life out of the relationship because of that. Because that's what expectations do. We focus on less than, even though they're giving all of this, if we focus on what they're not giving, and then that sucks more stuff away, right? And I feel like that's a big piece. Like there's kind of doing a reality check, going, it's going to be a little bit. We'll maybe pull a when card here if I get inspired to do so by spirit, but they're like, this happens first so that both are raising your love vibration to meet, energy that comes in, right? Yeah, and here's the temperance card. So here's the slowness. What I was just talking about, if I just look at the cards right. This is the, you know, alchemy is this base metal that turns into gold. And during this slowness, you're letting go of the Nine of Swords, which is the expectations, right? The supposed to be, the should be, the need to be of who they're supposed to be, what they're supposed to bring into a relationship, how a relationship is supposed to start, progress, end up, what it's supposed to bring me, what I'm supposed to put into it, who am I supposed to be. It's exhausting, right? That's why it sucks the life out. But this is giving you time to release more and more expectations so that you can be sitting in gratitude as much as you can, because that's what grows a relationship, where expectations is what diminishes a relationship. And then it's all for it to have this happy relationship, the 10 of cups that you haven't had before, so it's like we can't keep doing what we've always done and expect something different. So as you're moving and changing these things in your life, you're with these thoughts and stories about what a relationship, all this requirements are, it becomes an adventure instead. So I like that they're saying it's just going to be a little bit. But with the magician card on the bottom, this is your power of, whatever I focus on is what grows and expands. So again, the more I focus in on the higher vibration, that's what speeds things up. Lower vibration slows things down. They're like anchors that hold things back. So the more that we look at our, the expectations and that swords energy, the more we, are able to cut off these anchors and move forward faster, and higher to draw in, uh, each other to each other. So I like that. What else we got here? I do feel a little bit about them. I feel like these cards will be, uh, King of Swords, a very intelligent person. Uh, because the King of Swords gets two swords, because all the kings get a sword behind the scenes, and then the King of Swords rules over his own suit, of course. So it's someone that's of higher education. They could even be like a teacher, like a professor. Um, Definitely someone who, through their mind, helps other people think differently or learn. So it could be that. It could be counseling too. We got the Page of Cups, which is this heightened self-love energy, which kind of speaks to counseling, like they've gone through counseling to help them raise their, self-love up. But I kind of feel like they teach self-love, so they might even have their own practice of being a counselor. This is like an example, while also teaching, people for a master's program in counseling. So they could be a professor and or doctorate, right? Or and have their own practice kind of energy that comes in here. But it does feel like they do have a lot of pursuit of education and seeking knowledge with this Knight of Swords. So it does feel like they're very much this pursuer of the mind and understanding the mind. That's why it kind of feels like counseling a bit. Yeah, in the Four Pentacles, this is all about self worth and solid self worth too. So it definitely feels like they've done a lot of their freedom work, like what a lot of people call shadow work. I like calling it freedom work. But it feels like they definitely are, more balanced because they understand why we do what we do, but not to the point. I feel like this is like their higher self going, "Don't worry, uh I don't psychoanalyze you." How do you feel when you do that? Yeah, because it's releasing ourselves from some old thinking and seeing things differently. So I like this for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. You do get one of the law of positivism. Yeah. Oh God, is he gonna analyze me? No, you get free counseling though. I feel like they'll do it in a different way, not like that. They'll be like, you know, I get that this is where you're coming from, babe. You know. Do you think this could be so and so, whatever? But I feel like he's more blunt and more real, not as professional. Like when he's talking to clients and patients, right? He's just like, you know, I feel like you guys make up little things. Like you have a nickname for your inner child, like Nelly, and they're like, "Is that Nelly?" And you're like, "Yeah, that's Nelly," because it's, my child self expressing itself. I feel like, it's fun how you guys go about it. Um, but, I do feel like he shares things. Well, you might be laying on the couch, but he'll be laying on top of you while he's counseling you. Pillow talk. Alright. Your fortune cookie here says I can't even read it. It's number 37. It says, "I open up to receive divine guidance and support to heal my life." So you open up to receive. Whoa. Let's take a look here. I know, yes, please, right. I know my, 4th, relationship, they were getting their, master's in counseling, and I did a lot of my inner work with them because they had just gotten out of a 7-year relationship, I just got out of a 3-year. We didn't wanna be in another relationship because I had, like, a 3-year, a 1-year, a 3-year, and I'm like, "Yeah," but we ended up in one anyway, um our hearts did, but the mind, we knew, but, I worked through a lot because we were not in a relationship, so he could see other people and do whatever he wanted, which really made my inner child, "Rah," and I'm like, "This is not your fault. I know we're not in a relationship, but something inside of me is very hurt by this." And he would be like, "Well, what about this? Talk about that." And it was free counseling. Maybe I was his thesis paper. You never know, but you can have this wonderful growth with someone that has all that, right? So this is the crown chakra, right? Yep. Yeah. What's Nelly say? So we are divine beings in human form that are always connected to the source of all creation. In this multi-layered, multi-dimensional existence where there is no end or beginning, we are constantly in divine communion with all. We are always connected to the universal consciousness residing in all of us. So, whenever you want to connect with a higher aspect of yourself and the infinite source of consciousness that we are and are a part of, you can open up to that higher level mind. Even if you feel disconnected and not in touch with your intuition and inner guidance, you are always part of that divine flame. You just have to start remembering again. When you dedicate yourself to your spiritual practice by meditating, chanting, studying spiritual texts, and in other ways, your crown chakra opens up like a lotus flower with 1,000 petals. You start becoming aware of this divine portal on the crown of your head. This place is soft at birth and seems a conduit for divine remembrance. Wow. So, crown chakra practices: daily meditation to connect with this energy center, purify your body and mind, releasing negative thought patterns and habits, and avoiding unhealthy foods, drinks, substances, or media, balance the other chakras, spend time in sacred places like sacred buildings and in nature, set the intention to open up for divine communion, study spiritual texts and philosophies, and connect with your inner voice and intuition. So those, you don't have to do them all. Those are just some practices. And this on the card here is Mount Kalish, which is the crown chakra of the earth, the sacred geometry, and then the Merkaba symbol in the middle there represents balancing mind and spirit. So I like that. So hopefully that helps. Don't you love that? So we like it, we like it, we like it. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. So you do have someone else coming in. Oh, timing, right? Let me just do a quick one. They're like, yeah, let's see. Based on current energies, of course, the future is always fluid. Just to give you an idea here. Yeah, learning, expand. Oh, oh, yeah. It's happening now. All right. That's their way of saying it's in the works. Um, you're already connecting on a energetic spiritual level. Just when you meet in person, you'll see. So I don't feel like it's anyone you know yet or anything like that. I feel like they're just kind of, whenever they give us that, bogus, no, it's not bogus, but it's like, answers like that, they're like, you don't need to know yet, or there's a lot happening going on there, right? All right, is he there? We shall see. But I feel like it's temperance is gonna be a while, is why they're saying it's unfolding now, but, I feel like you do other changes first before that happens, yeah. You're focusing on your Ace of Cups, your self-love, first. So, not yet, but enjoy your camping, connect with the universe out there, and, be safe. But that's what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donation. Yeah, maybe in your dreams. We do have we're in the middle of, the eclipses, and so there's heightened energy out there, so you might have that out there. Absolutely, my pleasure. Thank you so much. Cheers, cheers. Enjoy. All right. Pardon me. Hey, Cat Goddess. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. And then we have May. You are up to 2949. Here is your timestamp here. And thank you so much for your donation. And we'll see what's going on here with Maxwell Smart. That's who it reminds me of. When I hear Max, it's from Get Smart, the old one, the originals way back in the day. Missed it by that much. That was something that was on there. It was An old TV show. All right, so Max hearted and then unhearted your story of a pic of you and the baby. Ah, you posted it yesterday and he viewed it, but then I was notified today he hearted it. But then he unhearted it later, right? So you want to look at why he went back to look at it and guess I'm assuming the hearting it was a mistake. Oh, right. Super confused why he'd go back to see the photo. All right. Let's take a look here. All right. Hi. Just hopping on. Perfect timing as always. So let's take a look here. Let's see what kind of energy we got here. So you got one. I do want two. I do want three. And then these two, four, five. See what we got here. Interesting. All right. Bottom of the deck, he went back today to view it, and after already viewing it yesterday, right? So that's the Ace of Wands on the bottom of the deck here. So, of course, that is the fire energy that's kicking in, right? Um, so yeah, it's an interesting energy here because all this combo, we got the Lovers card coming in here, right? Which is this doesn't feel like relationship energy as much as it does about emotional choice energy that's coming in here because we've got the King of Wands, which here is this energy of trying to get out of their head and trying to get into their heart. It feels like in a way they wanted to know like why why did I feel the way I felt yesterday? It's almost like they went back just to kind of refresh the feeling, right? Of what was all this stuff I felt when I saw it. Let me look at it with not because this is, um, I feel like there was stuff going on. I don't know if there was people around him or whatever when he saw it the first time. He wanted to be able to see it without influence all around him so that he could just look at it and understand it. And it's like I wanted a fresh perspective kind of energy with this full card, which is, no expectations, no intentions. I just want to go see it like with a fresh set of eyes and try to understand it. But I do feel here, there is this, I'm trying to understand the emotion that I felt that popped up. Um, because I still feel like they have a barrier here with the Nine of Wands to the Ten of Cups. Ten of Cups is all this emotional energy, right? They still got this barrier of fire that's keeping, kind of this behind here. They can see it peeking out from time to time, peekaboo, but there's still that barrier that's there, and they're trying to understand the emotions that, popped in with all that here. Um, I do feel like you're right. As soon as it said they hearted and unhearted it, I was like, "Oh, I wonder," because I know sometimes, like, on Instagram, if this was Instagram, right? Um, if you keep your finger on there too long, you'll heart something, you're like, "Oh," and then unheart it. I was like, "Whoa, didn't mean to heart that." You know? It can happen sometimes when you're scrolling, if your finger hits a spot or does it if you're scrolling past things or you go to, swipe back or whatever. Sometimes and I do feel like they were like, "Oop, didn't mean to do that." That's why they undid it, because they didn't um, mean to hurt it. I feel like they were trying to understand their emotions around it, with that. So, interesting. Um, I'm gonna just do a couple clarifiers here. Let's see, what did they see with these fresh eyes? Did they see anything new? All right, thank you. Right. All right. We have the temperance energy here. I feel like when they went back, they were a little more balanced because that's kind of this balancing energy that kind of comes in and, has that there. Um, and so I do feel like there's that energy here of this balance, a more balanced energy when they came back with not having people around them, or they were more in a different space. They were able to see it. They did dive deep into the mother moon energy, uh, so I feel like they were able to kinda get an inkling to what was the core of this, feeling that they had from their mother when they were a child, right? I think that's what we got a lot from him before. Ace of Swords is what's telling me that he did get clarity around it when he was able to sit with it. And then Six of Wands, it does feel like a victory. It feels like it flowed some energy for him here too. So uh, I feel like that's what they did here. Yeah, it's a big one. That mother wound, the father and mother wound are huge for humanity, right? So I definitely feel that, is definitely there. Yeah, it's like some emotional energy that was down there, some of that energy, he was able to go and release some old emotional energy because he understood it. It's like something clicked, for him regarding that wound, and he was like, "Oh, the love that my inner child always wanted to feel, that's what was reflected in the picture." It's that kind of like aha kind of energy, and it flowed. It helped release something, because it was like he was giving attention to his inner child in a way, and his inner child felt heard or seen, kind of like energy, right? So they were like, "Yeah, right." So it was for themselves. I know we as humans like, "Oh, did they come back to see me?" And it was like, well, he came back to experience the emotion so that he could release some stuff, but, he's doing it for him, right? So, that's what they got there. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here as well. We've got, "I use my emotions to fuel my path." Wow, isn't that crazy? The big sun shining a bright light. Again, that's the going into the inner child, the sun card kind of energy. Um, and it says, "Our emotions fuel us forward and are the base of our life decisions. How we feel most often decides our path unless we let our minds and thoughts override them. Emotions can exist consciously and subconsciously, so when we dive deeper into ourselves, we find the source of our actions." What? I think I literally said that. Isn't that great? So, how are you transforming your emotions into energy that drives you along the path that you're here to walk? Can you become the alchemist that can transform emotions into actions and manifestation? Dive deep into yourself to discover which emotions you can use as fuel to create the life path your soul aligns with. Emotions, when transformed, can become powerful tools that lead to physical and spiritual transformation. Use your emotions in visualization and conscious dreams to create your life in the present moment. Take the time to tap into the emotions you want to harness and release activities and people that inhibit emotions like contentment, joy, and bliss. Wow. So, practices to harness the power of your emotions. There's four. The first one, writing down your dreams and desires while being in a state of contentment and gratitude. Two is doing things that create more emotions that uplift you and avoid activities that don't contribute to this. Three, expressing all of your emotions. There are no negative and positive ones, just emotions which you can observe and decide to transform. And number four, when in an emotional state that you want to express, I'm sorry, let me read that. When in an emotional state that you want to express in another way than verbally, create something with your hands. Art, dance, music, drumming, and so on can help you channel that emotion into a transformative state. Wow. Of course, in this one, we've got the Kurdish mountains and the sun, which represents rebirth and transmutation of the soul. We got the Kurdish ka and the Chukar partridge, which represents courage and wisdom. Wow. Sounds like they are doing some inner work, eh? So they got some stuff going on. So that is what they got for you, my dear. I like that. I like that for Max too. All right. So thank you again for your donation. And let me get caught up on the chat here. We got Gabby. You'll be up next here for your donation. Get you on the list there. Number 10. Give that a love and a like. All right, we have that there. And then we have Cat Goddess. I got you. We'll get you your number 16 on the free readings once we get there. And you got Twins Pika or Twins Speaka? Twin Speaka. Hello, hello. Thank you for liking again. I like that it says that you liked it there. How do you get into the free list? I see you posted your question. That's exactly what you do for anyone new coming in. You don't have to ask. All the whole process is down in the description area of the stream. Donations do get first priority, and then free readings are first come, first serve after I complete those. And then all you do is put your question out there, or if you don't want to put your business out there or you don't know, you can ask for a general reading. We'll see what spirit comes in. But if you have a specific question like you did, you just put it out there. So perfect. You knew what to do. I like it. So we will get you on there. I see your question. So you'll be number 17 on the free readings when we get to those. All right. Let me just catch up. Let me make sure there's nothing in the emails over here. Whoops. There it goes. All right, let me take a quick sip here, and then we'll jump into Gabby's. For the free reading, since you're number 17, there's 17 on the list for the free readings. There's only one remaining on the donation list right now, if that's what you mean. Uh, I keep a separate list for donations for free readings since they do get first priority. Yeah, absolutely. So cheers. I also do a pinned comment after the stream is ended, so you don't have to be present for your reading unless you want to hang out and listen to other people's readings. Um, I do post a pinned comment at the end of the session listing all the readings with timestamps, all the people's names with timestamps. So just click on it and it takes you right to your reading. But I do that after I'm done, which it might be an early evening tonight. This is a lighter night. Friday nights are usually a little lighter than my other nights, so, we'll see. Yeah, absolutely. So cheers. All right. So, Gabby, you're up. 244.32 is your additional. Thank you for your additional donation. And you wanna know, has he seen your post yet about having children? If he has, what were his thoughts? And if he hasn't, what would they be when or if he does see it? All right. All right. Let's see what we got here. So, has he seen your post about it? Let's take a look at there first. We have the Emperor. This is Aries action energy. It does feel like they have with that, with Emperor energy, because it's very much the like Aries is movement, movement, go, 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 go kind of energy. So, what were his thoughts? Yeah, so we're gonna have what are his thoughts because the rest of it was what if and da da da. Da. So, okay, all right, interesting that. Okay, we'll start here. I'm like, where do you want to start? They're like, start with the second card, which is the Sun card. And the Sun card, you can see on here, obviously, children. The Sun card, Leo energy, brings in the inner child energy, and it's funny because um, you were here last night, Gabby, right? There was like at least two other people. I don't know if you mentioned this last night, but there was at least two, maybe three people last night that also posted pictures of them with a baby. Um, and they were all asking about how their love interest or ex thought when they saw the picture. And it's interesting because so many of them got this kind of card where it didn't draw them to think about, like, what would you be like with as a mother or different things, right? Yeah, 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 right. But there ended up being, like, there was at least if one of them was you, there was at least 2 others, if not a third, where there was like, "Oh my god, there's, like, 4 people that did this," um, uh, and a lot of them got this energy of it turned them inward to think about their childhood. Like, with children, it took them inward. 'Cause it does feel here, they've got this, 10 of wands that came in here. Nope, it wasn't you? Well, maybe you're yeah, so it makes sense here with all this. You got the 10 of wands, which, it did flood them with a lot of fire energy, the 10 of wands coming in here, and the sun, of course, is a lot of fire, as well, but it feels like they kinda just got this, something triggered, and it could be that we're right in the middle of eclipse season. I mean, literally almost smack dab in the middle between the Leo sun, um, we're in Leo season, but the Leo new moon solar eclipse that happened last, Wednesday, not like this week, but the week before, and then we have the lunar, uh, Pisces full moon lunar eclipse next week. That it's taking us into these emotions, it's making us see things, and so this could just be that energy that's impacting it all, but, yeah, no kids around you lately, right? Oh, you posted about having children, right? Ah, well, that makes sense. So if it wasn't a picture, but you were talking about having children, because that all was about having children, and so it's crazy that the theme is there, right? Yeah. And this makes sense that this even more so, it makes sense why they were triggered here, to go inward because this does bring in that energy of, deep things. The high priestess on the bottom, takes us steps away and dives deep into their emotional energy. So it does feel like they've done that kind of had them reflect on their childhood and how they had, this energy of, um, you know, not feeling supported, not feeling loved kind of energy. Because we have the 6 of Pentacles, which is this energy that brings in an out of balance, rate of exchange, like they felt that they had to give so much and got so little back in their childhood, right? You wanted them tomorrow, right? Yeah, because I feel like, this energy that's coming in with the 6 of Pentacles is that energy of, lack and that I have to give so much, and I feel like they kind of did this, reflection back with that sun card into their inner child as you're talking about all those things, they went in that direction. Because in addition to the high priestess on the bottom of the deck, the last card is the nine of pentacles, which is also these both of these energies are being alone, away, by themselves kind of energy. So it didn't, I feel like the conflict or whatever rose, this energy that rose inside of them was, more of a reflection of what they were going through when they were a child, um and how they have fears around not wanting to carry on the same cycles that they had when they were a child, and to, make an adjustment. Um, and I feel like that's why they're in this I want to be alone energy with the high priestess and the nine of pentacles on either side. Um, I I don't feel here, was he scared because he thought you wanted to birth babies? Let's take a look here. Oh, we got the devil card is more expectations. A lot of expectations around relationships and it can be with children too. That's just more added on to this. I feel like it's already part of their expectations that in a relationship that, they feel like relationships with women that's just part of that. And then I will have children, that they're like, "Oh god, oh god, oh god," that's part of the whole thing, and they were like, "I just would like to have it pocketed away." Like, children's an option, like Part A of Medicare, whatever, instead of, it has to be you have to have it. I think Part A I don't know about Medicare, but it's like if you have Part A is an option instead of it's that you have to have it, that, I feel like that's what they need to deal with all these expectations that are in their head, is the big fadoo that's going on in their head. Right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. We've got in prayer, I commune with the universe as my dearest friend. This is funny. Power number 44. Why don't we get a dog first? Instead of a child, why don't we get a dog? That's such a from movies, right? Said, "You are never alone, and there is always a sacred space and conversation between you and the divine source, God. This divine intelligence is within you, and you are in constant co creation. You can always release your dreams, hopes, and wishes to this holy presence. It's up to you how and what you need to create this sacred conversation with no middle hands or need to follow a specific ritual or prayer." What is a prayer to you, and how do you express it? Or have you forgotten that you can always turn to the divine just as a child turns to its parent for support? But in this case, you will get a lot more support, right? Isn't that crazy that we're talking about it? Prayer confirms there is a divine presence, an intelligence, a consciousness that surrounds us, and it can also be a co creating universe that we are speaking to. We are within the universe just as it is within us, and our perception forms it. Start having conversations when you need guidance and support, just as you would with a loved one, a parent, a sibling, or a friend, and see what and how the reply comes forth. Maybe as signs, numbers, objects, manifestations, people, dreams, visions, or an inner voice speaking to you. Tips to start your prayer practice. You might get a sense of remembrance, like meeting an old friend when you start a prayer practice. So find a way to express your prayer verbally and physically in arts, music, dance, writing, and so on. Set the intention to have the conversation. You can have the inner conversation verbally and do it daily, even when falling asleep or waking up. When you start doing this prayer practice, more intentionally, you will see how this relationship grows into something beautiful and lasting. I like that. The symbols in here, oh, that's not a dog, that's a coyote. It's supposed to be a coyote. That looks like a I don't know, that looks like a German shepherd to me. Anyway, the coyote is supposed to be a coyote, which is about adaptability, and then the pyrite crystal is about protection. So I love that. So you are very welcome, Gabby. That is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your dual donations. All right. Hey, Faith. Good to see you. Hello, hello. And I think I'm all caught up. So I've got all my donations done so far for this evening. So we will shall be jumping in to the free readings. Let me bring them over here. Whoa, don't do that. Okay, there we go. And I've got 17 on the list right now. And we will start in here. So let me take a quick sip and we will dive in. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Happy Friday. So up first, we have a DT at 256.39. So a DT, here is yours. Boom, boom. And you want to know what are A's thoughts and feelings for you. All right, let's take a look and see what we've got going on here. What are A's thoughts and feelings? All right. Well, we got the death and rebirth card coming in here. You know, let's see what's on the bottom of the deck. Yeah, we have the 5 of cups on the bottom, which would give the influence and the energy of not like a death and rebirth of, sometimes we have like a ending of the relationship as the way it is and take it to a new. This 5 of cups feels like it's more a sadsy kind of lower vibrational ending energy that they have here. Um, it does feel like there's more going on with them, and when I'm in their energy here, I almost feel like I'm a bit overwhelmed with a lot of stuff in my life, and so I'm kind of backing off of a lot of things, because the emotions, the feelings, they kind of feel sad, they feel disappointment energy, um, and then the death card is I wanna cutting things out and stepping away from things that are bringing me lower vibrational energy instead of, that higher vibrational joy in those things, but again, I don't feel like it's you specifically, I just feel like they're flooded with a lot, and now it's like they're, if you ever have, like, a fuse box when too much energy is going through and the fuse switch goes click and clicks off, that's kinda what it feels like, it's overwhelming, I'm just shutting down, and I feel like that's what they did is they've pulled their, uh, interactions with a lot of people and things and have kinda backed off of a lot of things, and I feel like that's where their energy is right now. It's not personal, but it's for you. Anything that happens always is for us, right? So with if someone backs off and they kind of feel like that, it's like, okay, what is this showing me about me? Am I getting upset? Am I feeling abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold? Is there something I can look at to transform that? Because the situation is happening to bring it to my face so that I can not like this, you better do this. It's more like, here you go. Do you want to deal with this now or do you want to push it back down and deal with it again later? It's better to do it now because if you push it down, it's still impacting us. It's just going around and looping, for us there. So hopefully that helps the DT. That's what we have right now. So hang in there. Many blessings to you. Right, we got Mini Heal up next to 5934. So Mini Heal, here's yours. And you want to know, have you already met or seen your future spouse or his face, maybe in childhood, maybe at somewhere in social media, or maybe you're not aware, but I already saw and I know him before, or completely new person? Let's take a look here. So let's take a look. Have you met them here? Yeah, you have. Because you got the page of wands as your card, and underneath the surface, you had the page of cups on the bottom of the deck. Pages are like an 11. It's not an ace where it's a new beginning. So when I'm wondering if I've already met someone before, then when the page comes, that means a return of something. Um, but they're different now. And so I definitely feel here with this energy that you have met them. And I feel like with the Page of Wands, because I feel like you guys both have changed. So it feels like it's been a while enough where you guys have both made change where I don't feel like you maybe had a spark before, but you have met them and everything, but and almost like something about them or each other turned each other off where you guys were like, "Whoa." But I feel like you both have changed now to now when you bump into each other, it's gonna be like, "Well," kind of energy instead. So hopefully that makes sense, but that's what they got for you, Mini Heal. So many blessings to you. All right. And we've got Debbie. Oh, thank you so much for your donations this evening. I appreciate you. Are you still awake? Are you still awake? Did you fall asleep? Let's see here. What does Spirit have for you as well for your free reading? What else would they like you to know tonight? Yeah, you got the Hierophant and the Hermit. Yeah, again, here's that Hermit energy. They're telling you about Virgo. That's your Virgo self, right? But we got this energy that is coming in here, with the Hierophant about teaching others as well as being a student. And the Hermit card is what you're learning a lot here with this stepping away, from things, and you're learning a lot with your own self here. And it's interesting because usually like the 5 is the stepping stone energy. And they're confirming here, like, yeah, yeah, you don't have to worry. You will learn a lot through just other people. You don't have to be in a relationship, like a romantic relationship with someone. There is this back, stepping into your hermitude and your learning through that. And then you'll glean and grow through that as well. So I like that energy there for you. But again, that teacher student energy, what you're learning now, you'll be able to help other people with. Um, yeah, and that's how, and then you continue to learn through others, and then what you learn, you also pass it on to other people as you grow and learn and continue to grow as well. So we never stop growing. That's the whole thing, right? Right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right, and we got Ateshi Singh in the house. Hey, Ateshi, we'll get you added on here. You'll be number 18 on the free reading list here. And Maria P, hello, hello. You will be number 19 on the free reading list here. And we're actually on the free readings right now. So we will continue down the list here. So up next, we do have, is that Radish, maybe? 30345. Hopefully I didn't murder your name too much there. Here is your timestamp. And will you get a call center or customer service hiring in concentrics or something else meant for you? All right, let's take a look here. I feel like you're going to have you're going to have a choice. You have the 2 of cups as the power of choice energy coming in here. And you have the Knight of Cups too, which is encouraging you to follow your heart there. But I do feel like you're going to have a choice that comes in that, there is call center, there is customer service, there is other things that come across your path too. The Knight of Cups is like a quest for our heart, but there's this encouragement here to follow your heart and making the decision, not the mind. The mind will tell you, well, you should do this, you're supposed to do that. What will people think if you don't choose this and that? Close your eyes and open your heart and go, which one does my heart want to go for? And do that. Because if you follow the mindset of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, and blah, 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 you start feeling like you're existing. When you follow your heart, you do feel like you are living instead. So I feel like you're going to get multiple offers that are going to flood in here, and you get to choose from from what your heart wants, not from what your mind thinks is the right thing to do. It's where's my heart leading me? Trust that because it knows the way, right? So that's what they have for you, Radish. So many blessings to you. Hey, Jojo, good to see you. Hey. As soon as you put your question out, you'll be up next. I'm all caught up on donations, so you'll be up right after. All right, and then Butterfly, you are up 305.43. So Butterfly, thank you again for all your assistance in the chat. And I'm doing good. Weird energy today. I don't know if you're feeling it. It's just kind of like a weird in a void in between two different energies. It's kind of it's almost like the void of course moon energy. It's like kind of feel like you're just like in a pause, like what's happening energy. It's interesting. So how are you? Happy Friday to you too. Yeah, the week has flown by. It's crazy. So a general read. Let's see here what Spirit wants you to know right here. What here? What here? You've got the Seven of Pentacles on here, and the Full card on the bottom of the deck too. When this kind of combination comes in, there is something here with the Seven of Pentacles because sometimes it's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, but it's also like you're hitting this period of you're seeing some fruit of something that you've been investing energy into, and you're like, is that really what I want? Because the Full card is no, I don't. It's it's the first card in the major arcana, which follows, of course, the last card of the major arcana, which is the World card. An ending of an old cycle, a beginning of a new adventure, something different, something free. And I feel like whatever this is that you've been trying to um, get fruit on, now that there is some fruit that's coming in, it's like, yeah, I don't think gonna pursue that. I'm gonna kind of go in this direction instead. So it's okay to do that. I feel like is the big message, trust that you're able to kind of switch up and go a different direction than you thought you would be going. Because the fruit is just like, "Bleh, it's bland, it's not worth all the effort." You're just like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go this way instead." So there is this little, change kind of energy. All right. So that is what they've got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Enjoy. All right. So Jojo, thank you for your donation. You're number 11 here on the list. You're up next. And got your question there, right? So thank you for the flower. You're so sweet. All right. Yo. So you want to know, does Kay want to hang out again? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energy, does Kay want to hang out again? Let's take a look here. It's so funny. Because you got the hanged man. This is a you wanna know, do they wanna hang out? Well, they're a hanged man, so hanged man, uh, want to hang again. I do feel like they are here. We've got the Six of Pentacles is one of your cards that came out, that the Hanged Man was on the bottom of the deck. But the Six of Pentacles is an equal giving and receiving type of energy, and the Two of Swords is, you know, it's like they do, but I feel like they're in conflict, like their heart wants to hang on again, but their mind is, you know, that's always the problem, right? The story that it's presenting, and I'm getting this energy from them that they're not sure if you wanna hang out again. It almost feels like they thought, like, they were being awkward. They're like, "God, I was being so stupid." I feel like they kind of feel like that, like, "Why was I felt like awkward. I felt like I didn't know what to say, and I felt like I was flubbing up, and then it just made matters worse, and then I got I feel like there's that kind of energy, like, they're like, maybe I don't know, do they wanna hang out? I don't know if they wanna hang out. I feel like that's what's coming in with this 2 of swords. They're kinda going back and forth going, "Well, I wanna hang out, but do they wanna hang out? Because I don't wanna face rejection," right? That 6 of Pentacles energy, can be, like, I feel like I have to give so much to deserve so little kind of energy in there, right? Yeah. So, I feel like, yeah, I mean, yeah, initiating it, right? And there is this energy, um, and it doesn't matter, like, who's initiating it with this energy I'm feeling from him, because he's like, "Oh god, are you asking out of pity or" I just kind of feel like they're like, "I don't know." But I like this for you with the 6 of Pentacles, this is good for you, for a mirror for you too, is, you know, you deserve to be asked, and I feel like if you feel, like, ignited for connection, you know, then, you know, having awareness of the overgiver energy. The 6 of Pentacles is also this codependency awareness energy, right? Where, if we're the one that's always initiating, we're the one that's pursuing people, we're the overgiver, we can be maybe an anxious attacher where connection is so important to us that, you know, we might not give people the space to act back. And so, it doesn't hurt to like text him or whatever and say, I had a really good time, you know, let me know if you would like to hang out again, right? Little anxious sometimes. I know, right? A little controlling. We try to control it. We try to feel like we have to, make something happen. But then I don't want to try to force someone. And I feel like that might be good, just a good practice here for you to kind of, just say, I had a good time. Let me know if you want to do something again in the future and put it in their hands. Let the ball in their court. And if they're like, you know, um, shy or they don't respond or do whatever, then you're like, okay, that's my answer. I'm not going to chase. And I deserve to have equal pursuit back and forth. Right. So I like that. Yeah. I like this. Bravery. Boom is your fortune cookie. Pow to the face. You've been asked to make a tough decision that you've been putting off because of fear, which is understandable. But you do have the strength and bravery to make this decision, and you will feel so much lighter when you do. I like that, not the wondering, but it's like, you know, "Hey, I had a great time. I'd love to hang out again if you want to. Let me know if you want to." And you don't have to wonder. You just put it in their court, and if they don't respond, that's their answer. You know? And that's, "All right, good enough, bye," "I've got other things to do. I deserve to be with someone else." Oh my god, I didn't put your timestamp. I just went right into your reading. I'm just gonna put here 3:14. I gotta put here before 3:14. I will find that when I pin the comments. Alright, so that is what they got for that for you, my dear. Right? Serve the ball into his court. Whoopsh. All right. And I did get 2 donations in here before your one here. So, Maria P, I do see your 2 donations via the PayPal. Come on. There it goes. So, we'll get you on here. And then JoJo, you'll be number 14 here. So, Maria will be 12 and 13, and then you'll be number 14 here. All right. I think I got everyone on the list at least. All righty. And I don't think I got Faith in here. Nope, I didn't. So, Faith, I got you here. You'll be number 20 on the free readings once I get to those there. All right. So, Maria P., thank you for your first donation. Here is that timestamp here. Oops. Oh, my mouse moved over that. I was like, why did that happen? It rolled over the little news thing on the bottom and it brought up the news. I'm like, I don't want to see the news. Oh, okay. All right. So, Maria, we've got your first one here. Want to know Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you. What's coming? No ladies around. No ladies around Lauren lady. Is that a question or a statement? All right, let's take a look here. So, let's see what we got here. So we got 1 and 2 and 3 is here. All right. What do we have coming in? Here. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you. Bottom energy is the 6 of Cups, which is the return energy, right? And they've got the 9 of Pentacles and the 2 of Cups on this bottom energy. I mean, this is all about the return coming back to the relationship and, the 9 of Pentacles not wanting to be by them, be without you energy, right? So this is all the return energy when you were ending it and they uh, begged, uh, begged to have, uh, begged you to take them back. Um, so a lot of that has to do with all this here. You have the 7 of Pentacles. So here is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So slowness, when you're asking about what's coming, what's all the thoughts and feelings and all this, it's slow. It didn't speed it up any. It just kind of picked up where we left off. It didn't spark, anything to move faster, to do anything different. Just, you know, uh, same old with that 7 of Pentacles. It's still growing. It's just growing. There it is. You move a plant from one pot and you put it in another pot, and you're like, well, it's where it was at. It didn't suddenly grow overnight, anything like that kind of energy. That's coming in with that. A lot of passion energy, Page of Wands. So a lot of fire is also what's coming in here. A lot of these emotions of, you know, energetic attraction, physical attraction, wanting that interaction. We have the Ace of Swords, which I do feel like you will gain some clarity here. That'll come in here with the Ace of Swords. Um, I don't sense here that there's anything about ladies around with this energy because of the 6 of Cups and and because it said I don't want to be alone without you, makes me think that there's no one else, right? Because otherwise they'd be like, all right, bye, room for more, kind of energy. So it doesn't feel like that, but I do feel like there's something that's going to come to light with that Ace of Swords, some clarity that you get through conversations, and that's what the great thing is if you're fine with being with them or not being with them, you can be more bold now than you were before, even than you were before, right? Where you're just going to ask them questions about what is it that you want, and are you going to be able to give this to me? No, then why be with me? Why don't you be with someone else? Well, can't you just be happy with what I'm giving you? I can be happy, but not content, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Release the birdie. I feel like that's where it's going to end up coming because I don't feel like anything's going to change and you're just going to kind of, come back around because it says you're being asked to release any toxic people or situations from your life. You deserve to be free of all drama, and this is the first step to achieving that. So there you go. Can't can't get any clearer than that, right? But, so that's your, relationship reading right there, Maria, so hopefully that helps. I know. I tell you what. Alright, and then for your second one here, thank you for your dual donation. Let's grab yours here. Here's your second timestamp. Alright, and this is gonna be work for you. What's coming for you next week? Laura's thoughts and Paul's thoughts on the email. All right, let's take a look here. Bottom of the deck, of course, you get the devil card. This is the work and energy, right? It's Saturn Capricorn that rules over the 10th house of work. This is all about work, but this is also an energy of a lot of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, a lot of supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, and the shaking of the rules, our internal rules, not so much the outer rules as much as the opinions we have obtained over time here. What's coming for you next week? I mean, you do have the Hierophant, which is the master of change and seeing things from a higher perspective. So I do feel like there's a lot of clarity that comes in for you next week in the job, around expectations, around how your story differs from the story that like Laura wants, or other people, you know, how it differs, and you're kind of seeing things from this different perspective. I feel like Laura's thought she's gonna have a lot of thoughts about the 5 of Wands because she's back next week, right? This makes sense. The 5 of Wands is the drama. So the drama while I was gone, let's get clear, and I feel like that's where a lot of things come forward. I feel like you see things from different people's perspectives and you thought, well, this is the way I saw it. And the other people are, well, this is the way I saw it. And then this is the way that person saw it. And everyone's on different pages. And you're realizing, yeah, none of us really see things clearly, do we? It's all about the stories in here. But I feel like she deals with this conflict and shines a light and wants to make some changes. And I feel like with the Hierophant, I feel like there are big changes next week. They're significant, doesn't have to be like big, but significant changes are made next week. Maybe with duties where people sit, that kind of thing. Nothing like the office is closing, this week or something like that. But I feel like that. Paul's thoughts on your email and you. We have the Sun card, so a lot of attraction energy. I feel like we got something like this last time. There's a lot of this bright, shining light and warmth and heat energy. Um, but I do feel like even with them, and I think we got the moon or something before because there's something hidden here. And with the sun card, it does shine a bright light onto everything and brings things to light. So I feel like you're going to get some clarity around what's going on with them and what's really like below the surface. I feel like it kind of comes into that. I do feel like it's kind of this reminder from spirit of like look at, because this is the inner child card too, about getting back to your inner child to find out what is it, with relationship energy, um, where's this fear of betrayal, this fear of being left behind kind of energy coming in? Because even though you're back with Wally, you're still wondering about another guy, and then you're worried that there's other ladies around him. The mirror that's there, is very clear, right? Um, in a way, maybe you're hoping that there is someone else around him so he can go that way and that you can be free because I don't feel like you're happy anymore, right? All right. So your fortune cookie for here for work, you got check in, check, check, which says, when you think about whatever it is that you're pondering, take a moment to check in with how you feel about it. Do you feel lighter or heavier? Excited or filled with dread? Pay attention to your inner guidance. It's always so helpful, right? So I like that. So that's what they got for you, my dear, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And Jojo, I don't see another question from you yet. So, I'll wait for one here and I'm going to move on to back to free reading. So if you are here, maybe YouTube did not share that with me. One happened last night as well with someone else. So you might check that. So as soon as you put that in, I will jump to your additional donation. All right. So Divine Soul, you're up 326, 17. You are up here. There's your timestamp. And you want to know his feelings for you. So let's take a look here, Divine Soul. His feelings for you. Well, they did give you two. Um, you know, we've got here the Nine of Wands, which is like kind of like a barrier energy. And there's the Three of Cups here. I feel like they're kind of held back. Three of Cups in this kind of scenario feels like there might be another individual involved here that's helping create this barrier, making it difficult for them to like act on their emotions. They're either it's either like there's they have like emotions towards you and emotions towards someone else, or there's a third party like mom or someone that's interfering and putting this barrier and blocking, them from acting on it through their opinions or their, these fears they're putting into them and, altercations. But I feel like they have emotions there. They're just, there's a wall and they're not able to act on them, or they're choosing not to act on it because there's this barrier that kind of feels like their energy's keeping them from acting on it. Something to do with, of course, their mind gets involved through, um, different scenarios like that coming in here. So I don't feel like there's going to be movement for right now with that, but I feel like that's what's coming in right now. So that's what they got for you, my dear. I know. So many blessings to you. Hang in there. All right, Jojo, I see your question, so we'll grab that here. 328:15 is this timestamp. I totally missed your other timestamp, so I will put that out in the notes. You already saw it because you were here, so that's all right. All right, so what does or did Kay like about you? All right, let's take a look here. All right. Tell us here. What did he like? What did he like? Okay. So what does or did he like about you? Okay. You know, um, we have here, well, we have the Knight of Wands, which is the action, the movement energy, passion energy. I don't know if there was some heated passion between the two of you. They definitely have this here, uh, kind of energy that's there. So, um, I feel like that's one big thing. They like your fire, your passion, your energy, so they really are attracted to that about you. Um, the action, movement, right? Kind of energy. I know. You. And the Ace of Pentacles. There's interesting here. They liked that you reached out to them first with this Ace of Pentacles. that you generated it because it made them feel, desired and sought after, because it helped their kind of their self-esteem kind of energy there. But, you know, I'm like, "What?" And you have the 6 of cups on the bottom too, which there's energy. They like this, I don't know, childlike energy that you have with the 6 of cups, which, the I don't know if there's silliness or, the fun childlike energy. It's almost like Peter Pan kind of energy. Um, but it's playfulness and in this kind of energy that comes in with that too. So I feel like those are the things here. I don't know. I like this about the ball over in their court and because you deserve to be pursued. And but one of the things he liked was that you reached out, you were the one doing it, and you're like, well, yeah, that's how it feels. Hint, hint. I would like to feel that too. um, and if I don't, you won't be feeling that again. But I feel like there's that energy there. I mean, I don't the 6 of cups, yeah, only seen twice, right? 6 of cups sometimes can bring in past life energy. So there might be and I don't feel like they're picking up on this though, but I feel like you might be picking up on something deeper that they're unaware of. Excuse me, that is this energy below the surface. There's this you know, past life emotions, past life energies that you're sensing. And I feel like that's part of the draw that you have toward them because you're more in tune, of course, to that realm beneath the surface, but they're not. And I feel like that's where a lot of this pull is coming from for you is it's not this lifetime energy that's really, really having you draw to them. It's past life energy that has you really, really drawn to them. I know. Yep. And you got expand is your fortune cookie here. And it says, you're being asked to expand. You live in a huge world with endless possibilities, and staying safe in the known is no longer working for you. It's time to make your world just a little bit bigger. It's time to imagine the possibilities and go for them. I like it. There you go. Is that your fairy godmother? Remember your dream. Remember distractions. Who's this? Is this another distraction? They're funny. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donations. Very grateful. All right. Take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. Oh, you're using them to get to the stage. I know, right? You're like, yeah, what are you're using one of his limbs to springboard onto the stage? Is that what you're doing, what you're using? That's not a springboard. Well, that's nice. Yeah, his 3rd limb, his 3rd leg. You're so funny. All right. The 3rd secret limb. Well, if it's that strong where you're able to, use it to spring onto stage, then he's a keeper. All right, let's go on. So, Rose, you're up, 3:34 before I get canceled here off of YouTube. All right, Rose, here is your time stamp. And you'd like a message, please. All right, let's take a look here, see what Spirit has here for you. You got the 6 of Swords. So, this is an energy here. Bottom of the deck, you have the Hermit card too, which the Hermit is, this energy of being kind of pulled back in this slowing period. It's giving you this opportunity to question some ways you're looking at things, letting go of some small T truths rooted in fear, and you're seeing it from a higher perspective. It's allowing you to let go of those and see things from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace. Um and in doing that, it allows you to change your thought. And when you change your thought, it allows change to kind of roll out in the outside world, which has you move to a different, uh, you know, a different, it doesn't have to be a different place physically, but a different place in your life. From choppy waters to calmer waters, from this to that. Could be movement in relationship. It could be movement in job. It could be movement in house. Can be that, but there's this kind of stepping back and this pausing, giving you opportunity to question something that allows you to kind of, it's almost like you're cutting off an anchor or unleashing yourself, from the harbor or the pier, allows you to set off on an adventure. So there is something here that you're letting go of that no longer serves you, that allows you forward movement, in a different direction, or from choppy waters where you're at, which is rough waters, to calmer waters. So I like that for you, Rose. So whatever this is, I feel like they're letting you know that this energy of quietness, and or if you feel like there's a barrier between you and others, like you're in solitary confinement, that it's for you. Your higher self is doing it for you to give you time to think, so you can make that change, because change starts here, goes into here, and goes out there, or it starts here really and goes into here, and then activates, and we change, make change in the outside world, right? So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right, we got Lee. You are up 3:37:16, I do believe. Here's your timestamp. Oops. There we go. So, why are so many readers envious? I know. Why not understand the power energy the universe has given us? I know, right? Oh, yeah. Are you talking about me? Wait a minute. Do you think I'm envious? What? Oh my God. I gotta go. I gotta go. Let's take a look here. So let's take a look here, and get some understanding. All right. Yeah. We've got, is that upside down? It sure is. We've got the King of Swords here, which, this is the master storyteller. It's the belief that we have, right? We're given a lot of stories growing up about supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be. Um, I remember when I had a big epiphany, when I left corporate life the first time. I was going to try to start a spiritual business, and I wanted to live spirituality. I didn't want to go in the 9 to 5 into these call centers and these big business buildings and this corporation and da da da. And so I was able to, uh, leave and take a sabbatical from the job I was in, and I was going to do it. And I sat with spirit and go, all right, so what's my future? What can I do? And in my mind, I had this thought, like we're all taught, right? Well, if you're going to be spiritual, then you need to have, books, and you need to be teaching people in front of thousands of people and have 1 million followers and be making all this money. And this is what success, the stories about what success means, which is opinion we've all been given and seen growing up. And we're like, it's when we're in our lower human vibration, we're defining ourselves by the outside world. That's what we're taught, right? Define yourself by the 3 buckets: relationships with humans, situations like jobs, education, social status, marital status, and things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. This is where success, the definition of success is what we're taught anyway. But it all points us back inward. Eventually, when envy is like feeling less than, it's lack energy, like I'm not worthy until this happens, right? Until I'm that or this happens or that happens. eventually, even what happened in that vision when I was going through all that is spirit took me to a timeline in my third eye to the future and showed me a life where I could be that, have the books, all the best-selling books, and, be out in front of thousands and hundreds of thousands, millions of people, millions of followers, blah, 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 and they were like, "Are you content?" And I was like, "No, I'm looking for what's next." There's always what's next. That's not enough. I wasn't 'Cause if I couldn't be content in this moment with what I have and who I am, then I'm not gonna be content then. And that's what happens is that envy or the lack energy that we feel, that expectations, I'm lacking, I'm envious, I need to be this, I need to be what I think these people are at. But if you ask these people we're envious of, "Are you this?" They're like, "No, I'm this." "Why you see that? I'm not that," because they don't see it that way either, right? So there's some, interesting energy that comes in with it all, but that's what happens when we're human and, you know, we're all human, right? Um, we all have moments of something inside of us, our inner child, when it feels unsafe and out of control or uncomfortable, it flips into it jettisons the intelligent, loving, compassionate side of us, and we revert to the trauma age. The age of what the trauma happened, we act like that child, which is usually 7 years old and younger, and that's what a child does. A child envies, right? "I want that toy. I want that toy too. If I don't have that toy, that means I'm being bad. I deserve that toy," or, "I want that toy," right? And that's what we kinda go to, and so in moments of fear, moments where we have beliefs, that's what kinda sucks us into that, so hopefully that helps, Lee. That is what we have for you. So hopefully that helps. And no wonder it's not me you're talking about, right? No, I'm just kidding. Look at why are you so paranoid, Brother Z? All right. So that is what they have. So I did have a donation come in here. So I'm gonna grab that real quick and then we'll get back into free readings unless other donations come in here. So Ruby G, thank you for your additional cash app. All right. All right. Okay. So, these questions are becoming very serious. So like the other night, I just want to, of course, remind the disclaimer that tarot is for fun and for entertainment. And in making important decisions like this, of course, we can ask spirit, but ultimately you have to make those decisions for yourself, right? I don't accept any liability for decisions that are made. If you end up in jail, you can't come back and blame me. I do not accept any liability or responsibility. I gotta say that up front. But and I'm gonna pull cards on this real quick here, Ruby, but on the previous energy, right? Yeah, yeah, I get you. I just have to say it for liability reasons, right? But you know, like they were mentioning in your previous reading, I would, if you haven't contacted the police yet as part of your, things have been started, and there is this energy of, you know, allowing them, contacting them, going, I just want to keep you guys in the loop of what's going on here because this is probably what's going to happen. I've been getting threats and I'm concerned for my child. I'm doing this. I'm getting, if you're getting CPS and CPS, yeah, child protective, yeah, CPS involved in this, uh, you know, and if they're like, "Well, ma'am, we have to honor it. We're gonna have to come and we will forcibly take your son from you if there's a court order." If we find out and you're just like, "Well, if he's gonna call the police, then, you know, do you want, what?" I feel like calling the police is an important thing to get their take and to let them know what's happening. And if they tell you, that might give you new information too, right? So just, from what they said earlier, I would strongly consider that, all right? And then, so based on current energies, what will happen tomorrow if you do not hand over your son versus if you do? So, they gave you 2 cards, so we'll grant these here. So if you, uh yeah. So if you do not hand over your son, we have the Temperance card here, and this is this, you know, it it's like it slows things down, kind of energy that comes in here, right? There's this going back and forth and back and forth. I feel like it just goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, kind of energy like that, right? So, uh, I just feel like it's a lot of, that kind of energy that comes in. What's on the bottom here? Yeah, you have the 9 of cups, you know, um, and, um, if you do at this point, there'll be 3 of cups, there's harmony, but I do feel like a third party gets involved anyway, with all this. I kind of feel here like, um, if the police are called um, because there's something here about that I'm getting with energy is they will call Child Protective Services and maybe they will take them because they feel like it's not a safe environment going on, right? That, would you rather have them with CPS than with the father? If they feel like there's something going on here as well, right? Um, but yeah, I feel like here, of course, if you let them, there's the 3 of cups, if you do let them take them at this point, but then you're gonna have to get a third party involved anyway, because I feel like there's gonna be repercussions, right? Okay. Very good. So that's good. Yeah. So I feel like if you don't, then the police will show up and they'll show the reports, right? So as long as good. So the police have been called and everything, that's good. So that's what I feel like the balance, this going back and forth, it's just going to be this back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But I feel like the 9 of cups is like you're you get what you're wanting with this with the 9 of cups because um, the biggest thing is you feel they're in danger with their father, and if there's a choice between, being with their father or being with CPS because, then I'd rather them be with CPS, right? Is this your dream? That would be your dream is your son is safe, right? Um, and if they might do that, right? They might not allow it to be in either hands, right? But I still feel here either way, even if you do surrender, I feel like the 3 of cups is the third party gets involved anyway, you know? So it's like, it either happens tomorrow and your son doesn't get to go with their dad, by this energy, it feels like, or, they do. You let them go over there, and then CPS and the police go over there and pick them up anyway, kind of energy, right? If Yeah, if you don't surrender tomorrow, I feel like, the energy I feel like in either way with this 9 of cups that it doesn't end up going right. Um, Yeah, you got the 9 of cups, right? This is maybe you're on delay, I don't think you're hearing me because 'cause you're asking some questions I think I already answered, so I think you're on delay. So you'll catch them and go, "Oh, okay." Because the 9 of cups is you get your big 9 of cups is that your son is safe, right? And so that is the safety, right? Oh, okay. Maybe you're not on delay then. But, yeah, so I feel like, um yeah, I feel like, that they'll get involved and come in and whatever case, your son is safe, and I feel like that's the big thing that you wanna zero in on is because that's what your motivation is. It's not, you know, um, it doesn't have to be that they're with you right away, but that they might be like, "Well, based on the accusations, because I feel like this back and forth energy of this temperance card, I feel like they will accuse you of things and blah, 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 blah. He's going to make up stuff too. And then CPS is going to be like, well, you're accusing them of this, you're accusing them of that. We're just going to take him, we're going to put him with someone that where he feels safe, and then we'll let the judge figure this out. I feel like that's kinda what it will end up most likely being, and either way, really, I feel like if we do the other one and, the 3 of cups and they end up, going with father, right? I don't know, I mean, because he's in danger, right? And then they're gonna end up going to take him over there anyway, um, so, yeah, let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here. Well, okay. See? So look, you got let's see what this says. Because it feels like, either way they're gonna end up there, but at least they won't be in danger with their dad, um, for when however long it takes CPS to go over there, right? Says you're being asked to make a choice that you've been struggling with. It's time to decide which path you're going to take. Listen to your intuition, eliminate everyone else's input, and feel your way into the choice that is right for you. The time is now. There you go. So take a big, deep breath, close your eyes, and what does your heart tell you to do? And I feel like that is what we have going here. Oh my god, I didn't put your timestamp here either. It's me bouncing back and forth between, free readings and donations because I get into my spiel my process here. Alright. So, hopefully that helps, Ruby. I don't know if it just added more confusion, but it's good to know that either whatever you choose, they're gonna be safe in the long run. Because I feel like if you keep them, then CPS comes over to where you're at, and then if you let him go over there, he's gonna be with his dad a little bit alone for a little bit until the police and the CPS goes over there, right? Well, you don't lose him forever, but I do feel like because of what your ex-husband, sorry, what he does is, he accuses you of doing da 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 da, and that puts them in the space of let's take him to a safe space, in the meantime, right? Yeah, ex-boyfriend, sorry. Okay, so that's all I can tell you, Ruby. I got to move on, but for a dollar donation, that's a lot more than you normally get. So, but that's what they have for you. Okay, all right. But it says, trust your intuition, go with that, right? All right, yeah, absolutely. Hang in there. It's a tough place to be in, and I'm so sorry that you're in that. But I definitely feel like You need to it's time to act now. It's time now, not, it's time just to act, right? Not to give in. It's time to act, right? No more giving in to threats, right? All right. Because that's what that said here, right? It said, the time is now. Right. So, Jojo, thank you for your additional donation. We got you on there. Thank you for answering Twins Pika. You're number 17. Yes, on the free list, that you are correct. And we're on the free list right now. Which number is it okay to ask? Yeah, you can ask. I normally in the middle of a reading, I don't stop to answer the chat, just so everyone knows. I try to focus in on the reading that I'm doing. When I'm done, then I'll answer the things in the chat. But you can tell by when you see all the little red little teapots, you'll see D. That's on when I'm doing donations. That and if you look at the last one in the chat, you'll see the last donation I did. When you start to see the snowflakes, that means I've moved on to free readings. And if you look at it, you can see like the last one that was posted in the chat is F8. That's free reading 8. D is donation number, whatever. So if you ever have a donation or a free reading, you can know where I'm at by just looking at the chat. That's why I do that, so everyone can just know where we're at, and it's helpful for me, but it's helpful for you guys too. If you just look at it and you can see it and go ta-da, and then and as Jojo was looking, she knew she's like F8 and F7, etc. is the free reads. Oh yeah, yeah. Jojo put it out here, so that's what she was saying there. I just didn't get that far down enough yet, but that's how you can tell. So next up will be F9 after I do this donation. Donations I do go and complete those, and then go back to the free list. So all right. So thank you, Jojo, again. I appreciate you answering that. Okay. And so you deleted that one, never mind. All right, so are you more of a dark unicorn or dragon or some other creature or monster? All right, let me get that up there, make sure we bounce sometimes. We bounce around. You mean between a dark unicorn, a dragon, or a sea monster? Or are you meaning, me and the donations to free readings? I think both are true. All right. All righty. So let's get in here. Let's remember the timestamp this time. So we got 3:58:08 is for you, Jojo. Thank you again for your additional donation. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, both maybe, right? So let's take a look here and see what comes in here. Are you more of a dark unicorn or a dragon or some other fun creature? Let's see. I feel like this is dark unicorn. I mean, yeah, dragon or some other fun creature. I'll just do 3 cards here for this one. This is just that energy. Yeah, I like the bottom. We have the Queen of Wands, which is the power of our energy that can come in here. Yeah, I like these fun questions. So I feel like, and we'll see what the 3 cards show here, but with that on the bottom, that kind of does give us that we have the power of our energy to transform and transmute and to express ourselves in a lot of different energies. As this human, because you have billions of expressions of your higher self, right? Um, so when we're asking like, am I, do you mean you as this human character's energy? Because you're all those things, I'm sure, as a higher self. And you can express yourself as anything in any dimension, any frequency, somewhere, somehow. Chances are we've tried a lot of stuff, right? So I feel like you're talking more about how you relate to this human's um, essence. Does this human's essence energy more relate to these, right? Okay. So, a dark unicorn, that's a balanced energy. Temperance, that's we can turn anything into a golden opportunity. It's like you could if you wanted, but I don't feel like that's your regular energy. The dragon, again, 4 of Pentacles. Um, I feel like your energy when you're feeling your solid when your worth is anchored in here, I do feel like you have this golden dragon energy. I feel like it's a bright yellow golden dragon kind of energy with all this kind of solar plexus chakra. Yeah, when you're in your power, it's like you take on this fiery, um, almost a phoenix dragon in a way, but it's oh, that makes sense because you're a fire, you have all that fire in your chart, right? But I feel like when you're anchored there, it's like you're able to right? And that's the power of the dragon. When you define yourself by the outside world and you feel less than, then no. I feel like it activates when you're in alignment with that, right? Oh, your little golden dragon. I love that. And what about a other other fun creature? Yeah, you got the full card here. You know, this is your soul, and this is saying so I feel like the golden dragon is the one, um yeah, because even in this Queen of Wands here, look over back here, you've got the Leo energy and you've got the golden dragon right there. Didn't even see that. So, with the full card coming in for other fun creature or sea monster, etcetera, the full card represents, like, your soul and that yeah, you can be all that like we were talking about. You can be all that, but as this human essence energy, it's more relates to the golden dragon, which is interesting because, you know, there is all that fire energy that comes in for you. Yeah, and so that makes total sense. Interesting. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And yeah, like a resolution. You can go a variety of different ways. Let's see what it says. Whatever it is that you've been struggling with is about to be resolved. Remember that resolutions don't always happen in the way we hope or want, but being able to move forward and start fresh always brings relief. What does a phoenix do? Right? It it has a resolution, right? It burns down and it rises from the ashes and starts fresh, right? Isn't that great? I was like, "Oh, wow. Spirit's so smart." All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear, my dear. Thank you again so much for all of your donations. I appreciate those. You are very welcome. Fun, fun. Always the fun questions. I so appreciate you. Night, night. Sleep well. Golden Dragon. Boom, bong. Signing off. Signing out. All right. Have a great day tomorrow or today. All right. So, Swaroop Bobby, you are up. 404 even is for your free reading here. All right. Anyone know what's coming towards you the rest of the week? Let's take a look here and see what we've got here. All right. You got this here. You got the Seven of Cups. You know, there's this energy here of feeling a lot of different emotions. And I feel like you're having these opportunity to really sit with your emotions this week. And I kind of feel like that's the theme for you of it's almost like a new emotion every day. Allow yourself to feel a low vibration emotion just for 90 seconds is all it takes. Don't suppress it. Just allow yourself to sit in it, knowing it's 90 seconds is how long it takes an emotion to get through our nervous system and be done. So if we feel sad, just 90, 80. Or no, that's not right. 90, 89, 88, 87. Like countdown or count 1 to 90, right? 1, 2, 3, and just allow yourself to feel it or set a timer so you can, sit in the emotion. Don't act on it, just sit in it, and then you'll see it dissipate. And I feel like for the 7 days, it's feeling emotions and realizing there is no wrong emotion, just different emotions with different experiences, different outcomes, with them. And I feel like this week is all about, uh, embracing your emotional side as perfect and that there's not wrong. Because as children, right, we're told crying wrong, anger wrong, joy, yes, praised and rewarded, not punished, you know, the other two punished. And so we're taught suppress those. Don't do those. You get in trouble. You get your good stuff taken away. But this is about allowing and sitting with your inner child and embracing them, giving them the space to feel, I feel is important for you, right? So that's what they got for you, Swaroop. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Cat Mia. You are up. So Cat Mia. Oops. Come on. There we go. And for your question, is 0.510 the one you should use? Let's see. If you use that, what kind of energies do you get here? Right. You got that there. All right. Well, it looks good. The bottom of the deck, you have the Ace of Cups, which is an energy of happiness, abundant energy. And your card itself is the Star card, which is like a dream come true. And it feels like it gives you what you're dreaming that it would. It's a positive card. Both of those are positive cards. So I do feel like that is a yes energy. Um, Spirit doesn't tell you what you should do. They just tell you, the energy around it. If you choose to use the 0.510, then you feel like you're getting what you're wishing upon a star for, and you feel happy about it. So that's what they have. They wouldn't tell you what you should or shouldn't do. They just answer your question to tell you the energy, right? Right. So hopefully that helps, Katmia. That's what they have for you. Many blessings. All right. And then content, you're up 407. 36 is for yours. And a general for next week. Let's take a look here. You've got the Magician. So you got this great energy coming in here. You do have the tower on the bottom of the deck, which does say that there is something that's being moved out of your way to make room for your magician energy, which is, you focusing in on what aligns with your energy. And they're kind of saying here for next week with this space that's being created, it's almost like there's this, magic erasing board, right? That gets cleaned off, and they're like, "What are you going to put on there?" Well, whatever you focus on with your energy next week is what gets put in this empty space. So if you're focusing on fear of not getting something, or you need something, you want something that's lack energy, any of those things, then we get the lack is what fills up that space. The lack energy, which pushes stuff away, it creates a black hole. Versus if you focus on gratitude for what you are grateful for that you do have in your life, you get more of that. If you focus on what you're grateful for, what you have had, you draw more of that in. So next week feels, and it makes sense with all this. We're right in the middle of this eclipse energy. We've got significant ending and beginning energy, but the new beginning energy, we draw in what we're focusing on, higher or lower vibration, whatever we're focusing on. So I feel like next week it's important for you to really focus and pay attention to consciously choose what you're focusing on. Autopilot will probably revert to lower vibration. We get more lower vibration. Conscious, alarms on your phone, post-it notes, whatever you need to remind yourself. Focus on this, focus on this, focus on this, gratitude in this, not need, want energy. That's lack, right? 'cause, if you feel like you need something, that means you feel like you're missing something in this moment. But gratitude for what is and what you have had is have energy, which brings in more have. So hopefully that helps content. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. And then Olivier Vagara, you are up. 4, 10, 11 is yours. Oops, try that again. There we are. And a general read for the coming week. All right, let's see for next week. What do we got coming in here for you? We got the Four of Pentacles, a good solid foundation energy. That four is like big table with four huge legs. So there is this solid energy that's coming in here with that. Yeah, you got the Knight of Pentacles. It's like you're on a quest for self-worth here. And I want to say it's not like I don't feel like you're getting any new conflicts coming into your life next week. But I do feel like whatever's in your life, you're recognizing both in the 3 buckets of the outside world, like relationships with individuals, situations like job and etcetera, and things like body, bank account, that some things that you're experiencing there feel empty. Like and I feel like they're pointing you back to your self-worth on the inside. Now, I don't feel like conflict energy. I feel like this is building this, like, maybe it would be the opposite of having conflict, like, you're actually getting, um, like, in relationships with, people and at work and things, it's like, things went well, how did it make me feel about me? Not like, "Woohoo," it just made me feel like checked it off 0 instead of feeling in the negative, I felt I was 0. And when we realize that, we can see that where our conflict has been is that we've been thinking that there's something that should be when everything just is, and when we return back to, you know, well, work should be like this. This is how they should be treating me. This is how, this person, my mom should be treating me, my daughter, blah, blah, blah. Whatever these things are that bring us stress is because we are creating a story about what that means about us. And I feel like there's all this energy about all this stuff pointing you back to your true worth next week, which you're like, yeah, I define my worth, not any of that. That doesn't, whatever happens out here doesn't influence my worth. My perception of it, I might be going, oh my God, because I'm creating a story that means something about my worth, but that's fiction. That's made up stuff. The true story, the nonfiction is that I am defined by this eternal, unconditional love on the inside. So I feel like that's one thing that's coming for you next week. It's a kind of a reinforcement as you do get things meeting expectations, and it just feels like, well, at least I don't feel like I'm negative in the negative, but I'm not feeling joy. I'm just kind of feeling check. All right, but I want more, and that's where we find it in here. All right. So many blessings, my dear. That's what they have for you. And then April, you're up for 13. 29 is for April. And you want to know, what does Beza think I think of her? All right, let's take a look here. Yeah. Well, Two of Cups. Whoops. Two of Cups. At least that it's this important relationship, uh they feel you think I'm important in your life, and that there's attraction there. Even the Strength card, they think you think they're this Leo energy, which is usually a fiery, passionate, energetic attraction. They stand out, they're beautiful, usually Leo energy, they have their beautiful mane, beautiful hair, there's this beauty around Leo. It's almost like, if you ever watched Twilight and Bella when she was, like, looking at, Edward in the beginning when he opened up his shirt and had all the twinkly stuff, and she was just like, I'm so attracted to you and everything is I'm designed to attract you. It's like that's how Leos are made. And a lot of fire signs, it's I'm designed to, attract and to, see all this energy, and be drawn to you, And I feel like that's what like they think you think of her. Like you think I'm hot. You like me, kind of energy. Uh and so that's what's coming in. Interesting, right? Or jealous, if it's not that kind of, relationship energy, then they think, "Oh, you think I'm all this and that I'm, you're jealous of me," If it's not a, female-female relationship energy, you know, than if it's, hetero, females, then it's jealousy. But if it's not, then it's different, right? Alright, so hopefully that makes sense. But that's what I got for you, April, so many blessings to you. Hey, Blueberry, good to see you. Sure, we'll get you on here. You'll be number 21 on the free reading list here. Mm, we're actually on the free readings now. Alright, we got Ruby G coming up here, 41616. Alright. There is your timestamp, and you wanna know what is most important for you to know right now, right? Let's see here, we got this one right here. Yeah, you got the Empress energy. Yeah, I feel like this is important, nurture yourself, mother yourself, let that mother energy flow. I feel like this is so fitting for what's, you're going on right here, but it's, you know, um, do what you feel you need to do, from your heart, right? And I feel like that's the thing is, you know, mama love is so powerful. It is a powerful energy. And, I feel like that's your big focus right now is mother. Being the mother that you've always needed to yourself, for yourself, but also for your children. But I feel like this is a big make sure you're taking care of you through everything as well. You get to mother and be that mother to you that you never had and that you want to be to your children, but it starts here. Be your own mother and then fill up and overflow, right? So hopefully that helps. That is what they got for you right now, my dear. And many blessings. Hang in there. I know you're going through some stuff right now. All right. All right. And then we got Dason Case. You're up for 1756. So, Dason, I want to know, does Kevin ever think of you copying him? And what's the outcome? All right, let's take a look here. Does he ever think of you copying him? Five of Pentacles energy. It's an interesting energy. Let me see what's on the bottom of the deck here, too, because you've got the Nine of Swords. Nine of Swords is a lot of expectations, equal disappointment here. I don't feel like they think of you copying him. Because this Five of Pentacles talks about your fear of not being enough, not having enough, of falling short, and these expectations, trying to live up to other people's expectations. So I feel like there is a bit of, energy here that you do try to duplicate other people's things because you feel like, well, it's almost like there's this underlying, this could be subconscious too, that, you do things thinking this is what everyone would like, and it ends up being, you see what other people liked about other people's things, and it's in here, and it comes out in here, not maybe intentionally copying, but subconsciously copying or taking pieces and that's part of creativity, and literally all creativity comes from the creator, from the creative mind. We all tap into it. That's why sometimes you'll see 10 people create something independently, not knowing anything, and they all create something similar because we're all connecting into the same creative mind. But I feel like there is this energy here about, you know, try to let your creations and what you do be an expression from spirit, from Sky Father and Grandma Moon, and all those energies. It's tap into them when you're creating, not into our human mind, because we try to get in here. That's where those expectations come in, and that's where we end up kind of duplicating other people's things knowingly or unknowingly. So like I said, subconsciously sometimes we do. But I feel like, they're saying it's not gonna there's no big different outcome energy doing what you're doing, but if you switch it up and because if we end up doing things like other people, we blend in. When you do something unique from you creating it, you stand out. And I feel like that's what their message is for you right now. Right. So many blessings to you. And then we got Cat Goddess 42055. Hello, Cat Goddess. Here's your timestamp here. And what do your spirit guides and the archangels and those on the other side want you to know right now? Potentially advice, guidance, or what else? Come more they need from you right now. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look here and see. So what do they have here for you? All right. Yeah, you have the 10 of Wands, which is an energy of being aware of where you're investing your energy. The bottom of the deck, you have the 9 of Pentacles, which is an energy of, step away, connect with spirit. And I feel like with this 10 of Wands, it's a lot of energy being invested in a lot of things. And they're kind of like saying, take a big deep breath, step back, and really look at the 3 buckets. What is truly important to you and urgent to you? Not what you think everyone else would think, but really when you connect with yourself, what's truly urgent and important to you, that's bucket 1. And that's where you focus most of your energy, right? All of your energy until that's done. And then bucket 2 is what's important to you, but not urgent. That's something you can put on your calendar for later, right? It's not urgent today. You'll know when it becomes urgent in the future and you can just adapt to that, right? And then bucket 3 is those things that say, I'm so important, but it's not, so urgent, but not important to you. That goes bucket 3. You don't really have to do anything with that, invest energy, but we spend a lot of our time on a lot of energy being invested in a lot of things that aren't truly urgent and important to us. We just get distracted by everyone else saying, this is urgent, this is urgent, this is urgent, this is urgent. And we're like, not to me. As they say, a lack of planning on your part does not constitute an emergency on mine. um, so, uh, there is this energy about, you know, identify your buckets, and then you're realigning your energy instead of having 10 items go up 1 space each on and like 8 of them are nothing that you care about. You stop investing in those and you invest all your energy into those 2 things. Maybe 1 goes up 9 spaces and 1 goes up 1, but you're having more movement towards what your dream is and the important and urgent things. And I feel like that's the energy that they're bringing in for you right now. So hopefully that helps, Cat Goddess. And many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Donna Marie. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Happy Friday. All right. And then Twins Pika, you're up. 42354 is yours. There's your timestamp here. Boom, boom. And so, guidance from your higher self, your archangel, about a situation you're going through right now with a Scorpio. Will he change his stubborn ways? Will he be open and honest about his feelings soon? All right, let's take a look here and see what comes in here from Spirit. Free readings are like 1 card. We can see what we can get with 1 card, though, here and see what kind of energies come in. Got the Page of Cups. Bottom of the deck, we do have the 6 of Pentacles. 6 of Pentacles is a bit, I'm getting an imbalanced energy here. And, you know, something to consider, we have this. kind of it's a codependency awareness energy where I'm a recovering overgiver in codependent relationships. And I kind of feel like that's your energy where we feel like we have to give so much to deserve so little. And so we give and give and give until we're exhausted, and then we give and give and give until we're resentful. And the other individual, kind of we turn into this parent-child relationship where we start to parent them, trying to make them act and behave the way we feel like they need to be, and we give and give and give, at least this is the way we feel. They wanna give back, but they're like, "I can't live up to that." So then they start giving somewhere else, either in workaholic, the gym, going to the gym all the time, friends or fairs or whatever, they go into, different, uh, you know, different avenues because we tend to overgive and that overwhelms and then they, head off in a different direction. And I feel like that's important. If you haven't checked out my podcast, The Easier Path, the link is down in the description area. One that deals with this, actually, the Six of Pentacles energy, is abundance where it be, oddly enough, but it does talk about our out of balance, how much we feel we have to give in order to receive, which is also love, right? How much love I have to give to receive love. And so when we're looking at this mirror of this Scorpio, I feel like with this Page of Cups, it's reflecting back our self-love in here. And what they're saying is here is based on current energies, if you don't change doing what you're doing, um, things won't change because this mirror is for you. And what this brings in for you here is if you will give if you'll, in that video, it'll talk about how you can see that you are worthy of one to one, not like you have to give 1,000 love coins to get one back. That as you change that, the energy around you changes and the opens up, and we're inviting in because there's an energy that can come in with this of, again, we start to become like a parent going, you need to be who I need you to be or you're going to be punished. We start acting like a parent, right? And when we do that, uh they will act like a child because they'll go into that role or they'll step away, right? But there's this, if you change your energy about your worthiness, then you'll start seeing them act differently because you're not trying to change them. You're just focusing on you. You're focusing on this wonderful energy of your self love. And instead of having them try to fill you up, you're filling up from the inside, and then what they give is above and beyond extra. There's this transformation that changes and comes in with this here, because when we see someone else being stubborn, what we're really saying is they're not changing to be the way I want them to be. And well, why don't we change our expectations of who they're supposed to be to match who they're being? No, because they're supposed to act the way I think they should be. Now who's being stubborn, right? Us. You're not alone in that. Every human, it does that. It's our norm, right? So there's some, awareness that can kind of come in here. Um, and the more you're open and honest about your feelings to yourself, and filling up with your love on the inside, because they can't give you the love that you're looking for. You can only find love in here, right? Not, they can't give you the love you're looking for. And you can't give them the love they're looking for. They have to find their love in here. Then we fill up and overflow. Then we can have that beautiful energy. But they can't give you a love that they don't have for themselves. They have to find it for themselves first, right? And they can't just flip a switch and find it normally, right? Neither can we. But um, and you can't receive love from others more than the love that you have for yourself, nor give love to others more than you have for yourself either. And I feel like that's the message they have right now on the guidance on how to transform this because um, that's the mirror that's happening. That's where the growth is coming in. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. I know we wanted it to be, what about them? When are they going to change? It's like, well, we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. So when I change, then my outside world changes. If I don't change, then it's like there's this, everyone's a mirror, right? And the reflection that we see in the mirror doesn't change until the person looking in the mirror changes. You can look in a bunch of different mirrors, unless they're crazy carnival mirrors, but the standard mirrors, right? If I don't change, I'm going to see the same reflection no matter how I look and when I look, etc. Right? Right, my dear. That is what they got for you. So many blessings to you. All right. All right, Ruby G, I see your donation. As soon as I see your question, we'll jump to you. But in the meantime, I'm going to keep going with free readings here. We got a Teshi 43101 is for yours. Here's your timestamp. And does Hugh think you see him as a bro, and that's why we're close now? Or is it because he thinks I have a crush on him and enjoys the attention? Why has he been giving you so much attention? All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, I mean, we've got the devil card, Capricorn energy here. This feels like a workmate energy. On bottom of the deck too, we've got this Hierophant 5, this friend energy of the 5 of Wands. It feels friend, like a work friend energy that's coming in here. And I feel like that's, you know, I don't feel like there's much beyond that with this here because it's Capricorn, which rules over the 10th house of work energy. It's a very grounded uh, energy, and um, earth energy, right? With Capricorn, but they're very big thinkers in their mind. So I feel like they like the conversations, they like the work friendship kind of energy that's, coming in with all these here. I feel like they like your perspectives with the Hierophant. It's like teaching, energy, like teacher student energy, like they feel like you're learning from them, they're learning from you kind of energy that's coming in here. Um so I feel like that's why he has given you so much attention that's there, and so I feel like that's the out of all the questions, 'cause free readings are 1 card readings now, so I can only go so deep when we're asking a bunch of different things, so maybe you can ask, if you really wanna know about, does he think you have a crush on him? That can be another question for another night, but I feel like we really zeroed in on the why is he giving you so much attention? Doesn't maybe not so much a bro as a workplace, kind of friendship energy, and those other things I'd mentioned there, right? Right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Okay. So disregard the first one is what you're saying. No, never mind, never mind. Don't. So the first thing you're wondering if any compromise. So none of that. You just want to know X's thoughts and feelings. Is anything hidden current energy with stay versus go? Okay. All right. We'll see what we'll get with this here. All right. So thank you for your additional donation. And we got 43431. Yes, I remember the timestamp this time. That's good. All right, let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Oh, hold on. All right. So let's take a look here. So we get 5 cards for these. So we got X's thoughts first. We got the world card. Yeah, there's this an energy of a significant ending and new beginning energy coming in here. So yeah, I mean this is a very a big how am I gonna end this situation and begin something new without a lot of expectations and etc. Right? So a very big major arcana energy wanting to end a cycle, wanting to stop all this stuff that's going on. So I feel like they're thinking a lot about, uh, things there. So I definitely feel that this is good that you giving your report to CPS and doing that. I feel like this is important to, you know, I'm glad you called the police and all this kind of stuff because I feel like they're getting to this big point here with this world card because they're just wanting all this to stop to start something different, kind of energy. So I'm feeling even better about your decision, to you know, uh have this um you know, not give your son over to him. I like that energy that's coming in here, right? Feelings, let's see what's going on in their heart. This is their mind, because they are in fear, so they're looking at trying to get, you know, when we're, feeling unsafe or out of control is what he's feeling. He's feeling out of control. He's thinking, how can I get back in control again? Kind of energy, like a child would, right? His feelings, we got the 4 of Cups. That's an oddly calm, stagnant, emotional energy. It's almost like they've gone numb. It's like they turned off their heart. They've gone into sociopath mode, right? Lock the doors, lock the windows. Um, yeah, I mean, I feel like there's, this energy that's there of it feels like emotionally I'm just like sh no emotion showing, which is someone who's kind of went into fight or flight mode, um, but I feel like they're frozen. They're just so, it's like they're so upset that their feelings have kinda just fried kind of energy. Just like they're just, "I don't know what to do. I'm frozen," kind of energy, with this 4 of Cups. See, is there anything hidden? Got the Fool card. Here's the new beginning energy. Yeah, it's this world card, this significant ending, significant new beginnings. That's why I kind of feel like I don't know if they would run with your son and leave everything else behind kind of energy, but, that's why I feel this validating energy of, not giving them because it's almost like they would take them somewhere and hide them from you, if they were back in their hands kind of energy, and I feel like you kind of feel that, like, you're like, "I wouldn't put anything past them right now with this energy." Not to create any fear and anything like that, but I feel like this is more validation that you're making a good choice, right? That you're like, "You know what? He's in my hands now, and, um, uh" So I need to make sure that, you know, they're safe either in my hands or in, you know, CPS, police, that they're protected from him, in whatever way. So I feel like this is a good thing that you're doing, with that energy coming in here, right? Um, and then stay versus go. All right, let's take a look here. So stay energy versus go energy. Yeah, bottom of the deck, you have the High Priestess again, kind of coming back to that other card that you had about trusting your instincts, trust your gut with that High Priestess energy, mother's intuition. It has that energy, right? Oh, yeah, that's not the energy I was picking up from stay versus go. I was like, well, it's kind of the same energy that we got before, which is funny because stay, um, you had the Seven of Pentacles, he had the Temperance card before, and that's slow, it slows things down. Go energy, there's joy, and you had the Three of Cups joy. You got the same cards as we did before, right? So, it's joy and celebration if you let, you know, his dad have him there, the energy, because we're talking about X's energy, right? That he's happy. But if not, he feels here the Seven of Pentacles, it's just a matter of time before I get him back kind of energy. Um, but and so is that's uh were you asking about the X's energy, or are you talking about because we had asked that energy before. So just to clarify, were you wanting to know because we were talking about X's thoughts and feelings, anything he's hiding, his current energy with stay versus go, right? Because I feel like that energy kinda matches their energy. It's funny that the cards came out that same way with a patience card and a joy card, right? But, oh, okay, so this is not the one you asked before is the result energy, um, right? This was his energy. Um, let me clarify here for since you've called CPS, what will be the outcome difference, in real life, not from your ex's point of view, you know. So if you keep your son, what's the energy with that in real life? Okay. Yeah. And then if you give him to uh the dad. Okay. Yeah. So I feel like in either case it works out, but for if you keeping him, you have the Wheel of Fortune, which is a big major arcana. This is for you, right? Versus if you let him go, we have the Ace of Pentacles, which is the small, teeny weeny abundance energy, right? Um, and then we did want to ask, I'll just do a quick clarify here too. Is he safe? Is the son safe if he goes with dad? Oh my gosh. I don't yeah, death card here. Not that I don't feel like he would, you know, end your son, but I feel like yeah, I feel like you're making good choice here because this is your fear, and your concern, your protection of that, and I'm like, yeah, it's like, no, I don't feel that my son is safe with them. Um, and this is all the reasons why. You already you wrote down all your reasons, right? You have it all documented and CPS has it and the police have it. Yeah, yeah, because you feel like you've got the information out there, so if they try to come or if they call the police, then it's all documented, it's all ready. You don't have to it's all documented, which is the important thing, so, yeah. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too with the law of positivism. Alright, alright. So what else here? When I heal, the world heals. Wow, it's a beautiful card. So the emotions, energy, and frequency we project create change. Not only are we affected by those around us, but we also have a collective web of energy binding us together. This way, our own state reflects out into the world. We see this when major world events happen, affecting those we haven't met. When there is fear or anger, we can feel it in our own being, right? So, when committing to healing your emotions and doing the work to walk your highest potential and path, you are not only serving yourself, but everyone and everything. You directly impact those around you that experience the shifts happening within you and raise your frequency. On top of this, when you are in a healed space within yourself, only then can you support and heal others fully. Have compassion and love for your journey and fully accept yourself and let this frequency overflow to others and the world. There's a universal heart meditation. It says use this meditation as often as you wish for at least 5 to 15 minutes each time. Sense how this practice shifts your energy over time. So, number one, sit in a comfortable position, focus on your breath, and start sensing your heart space. Two, visualize it as a green or pink center of light, and with each inhalation, let this heart space expand more and more. Let it expand and fill up your body, then surround your body and fill up the room. When you feel ready, start expanding this heart energy out and around this whole world like an embrace and let the earth be infused by this energy. This is the practice of sharing your inner healing with the world. Yeah, and this says, it shows the world in your hands. And this is inner healing is outer healing, right? So I feel like it's a good reminder of, do as much as you can to step into love. Try not to go into fear energy. I know it's difficult with all this stuff, but breathe. Try to, imagine this big sea of unconditional love energy just flooding down and filling you up and overflowing and creating a bubble around your home, you know, your children and husband and everything, just this beautiful bubble of love energy. And try to stay in that high vibration as much as you can because that keeps all lower vibration away as much as we can. So flood up and then it'll unfold there. So hang in there, Ruby G. I'm proud of you for what you're doing. You've done so much and you've been uh, walking on eggshells for so long. It's time to do what you can do. And so hang in there. We send you lots of love. Right. All right, Dason, you are very welcome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, I think yep, we are good. So we'll get back to free readings here. Number 19, we got Maria P. We have you. Thank you for your donations earlier. And a general for you for love and work. Let's take a look here. All right, they did give you two here. Yeah, I mean, we've got here, there is this change of energy with love and work. And I feel like this has been like something has switched with you here. Because suddenly we're starting getting these messages of like the Nine of Pentacles, the Hermit, being alone, being self sufficient, stepping away. And the Five of the Hierophant is about seeing things from a higher perspective. And there is this, they're the catalyst of change and movement. And I do feel like there's just this energy switch, which this eclipse season, it makes total sense that we have this huge energy because it's about big endings, big beginnings energy that comes in with the eclipses. The new moon is new beginnings, the full moon coming up is big endings. That then brings in another new moon a couple weeks later in Virgo, a change in the physical world, a grounding energy that comes in with all this, which tomorrow we go into Virgo sun. So happy birthday, all you Virgo sun babies. um we have all that energy that's coming in, with helps us ground and balance. So I feel like things will balance out a little for you, but there is this big energy of change in your life right now for both love and work. And rather than resist change, we can kind of flow with it, is, something that we can do. Otherwise, we get dragged, right? It's like someone getting dragged out of a room and are like, fingernails on the floor, trying to grab things so that we don't get drawn out the door. That's kind of the energy we get when we're in that resistance, energy. But hopefully that helps, Maria. That's what they got for you right now, my dear. Hang in there. See, Ruby G said the first thing you do when you start panicking is say three things that you're grateful for in the moment. I like that out loud. It helps. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, beautiful. I love that. You're very welcome. Glad those are helpful. We just start to try to switch our energy and then that's good. All right. And then we have Faith is up 452.24 is for yours. Got you here. Any good news for selling the business? Anybody offer? All right, let's take a look here. If uh, you asked a question about that yesterday or so, right? I feel like I answered something similar, just in case. I think this is worded a little different, but we definitely have it there. Ooh, I like it. Yeah, you definitely have. You've got you had the Queen of Pentacles on the bottom, which is about abundance energy. That's harvest. That's good. With all this. And the Two of Cups is emotional choice energy sometimes, but I do feel like this is a partnership that's coming in here. And I feel like it's two people that are coming, and I feel like you get two individuals that are wanting to purchase it. It's either a partnership that purchases it or it's a couple that comes to purchase it. So I do feel like there is an offer that will be coming, and it does feel like it's two individuals, whether they're married or in a relationship or just business partners. I do feel like they're coming your way. Let me see here if I can get anything, just a quick when card here for you. I don't know, was there someone, this we have the two people here. There might be someone you met in June. I don't know if there was someone in June that you met. Um, it's related to that, whoever you met in June. I don't have a timeline, but they are referring back to the June and those two people. So I feel like you might have already come across their path before. So if you came across someone in June and you think back and go, huh, maybe I'll reach out to them and let them know I'm selling or I'm going to sell my business. You never know. But if that resonates, that's what they have there for you, right? All right. And then Blueberry, you are 4:54:44. So here is your timestamp here. And a card about what's coming up for you. All right, let's take a look here and see what we've got here. Got the 4 of Wands and the star card on the bottom. So there is this energy about dreams coming true with the star card. And the 4 of Wands is joy, celebration, gathering energy here. I don't feel like it's a marriage energy. You're like, no. But there is this, whatever this gathering, I feel like there's something that you're wanting to be able to attend or go to, but there's some sort of celebration. It does feel like some sort of gathering of individuals, and there's something here with the star card that it's like something that you're hoping for, because star card is a hope card too. It doesn't have to be a dream come true, but it's something you're hoping that you can attend or go to or celebrate. And I feel like that is coming towards you, that you do have this flow toward it where it does allow you, to experience that. So it's a very positive energy that comes in. So if there is something, like if it's a concert you want to go to, or some sort of meeting you want to attend, or something where there's a wide variety of people, and it feels like a celebration gathering, a more higher vibrational energy of like joyful thing, then it doesn't feel so much like work. It feels like something you enjoy with that. So hopefully that helps. I feel like that's what's coming up here for you very soon. So hopefully that helps. Right. So that's what they got for you, Blueberry. So many blessings to you. All right. And Faith, you might have heard me. Uh, I tried, but they gave you something else. So the unknown right now seems to be that we can keep checking and see eventually if the energies shift. But when I tried to get a future date, they were like, uh, look back to June. What was going on with June with somebody with a partnership of some kind? Like, okay, let's look back at that. But that's what they have for right now. Sometimes they'll tell us, sometimes they're like, need to know, you don't need to know yet. You're like, ooh, because it's for our patience, it's for our trust. It's, if we're focusing in on, any kind of lack, energy or need, want, that pushes it further away. If I didn't share before my Easier Path podcast episode Abundance, where it be, I think I might have shared that with you already, but if not, here it is. This talks about our energy, how we can use our energy and awareness of our energy to allow things to come toward us instead of push it away. And then something with our inner child, how we open a gateway to allow them to come into the city of our life instead of being locked outside the city. Our little inner child is the gatekeeper, so they'll open it up or close it off with that. So, all right. All right. All right. Well, everybody, I think I am done with the donations and I am done with free readings. So we shall shut down for the evening. I'll be back tomorrow night. I am on Wednesday through Sunday nights. So if you want to join me, I will be back tomorrow night, 5 p.m. Mountain Time. If you haven't checked out my podcast, here is the link to it. It's always listed for the playlist down in the description area or on my main page at the very top. And if you haven't checked out my new updates to my live stream sessions, here is the video for that. I talk about some other things that I offer, in addition to some changes that I made to the live sessions. But there's also a secret at the end. If you will listen to it all the way through, you'll find out how you can get into a drawing to win one of my energetic hedges. So that is available for everyone there if you want to check that out. All right. And Ruby G, if you are still here, let me know if you're still here or email me. Um, if you get this. At brettazen@gmail.com, because I feel like I want to, ask you if you wanna do, like a hedge to, you know, that hedge of, unconditional love energy around, in a way, like a hedge of protection kind of energy. So, um, I'll check in with your higher self anyway, and if they say yes, I might just do it. But anyway, thank you guys again so much for all the thumbs up, all your love, all your support. So grateful to be on this adventure with you guys, and I'm so blown away by your thirst for hearing from spirit, and so I'm really, you know, just so grateful. We're part of the giant wave, and we're on the path together here. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life that you are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Have some fun. Enjoy. Why are we being so serious, right? Life is a playground. Let's go play. All right, guys. Have a great weekend. If I don't talk to you, we'll see you soon.